go. Turn on this fan. Let me turn off the fan. All right, another contact, baby, from Florida. And good morning, everybody. Good morning. Live chat there. Take it over here a little bit. Like that. There we go. There we go. I'll put the little box over here. I'll try to put it over here. What's in the box? What's in the box? And when that's going on, let me go get ready. I'm going to wake my son up in a few minutes. Got to take him to school today. I'll be back and go upstairs. What's going on? I'll put these on. I'll put these on. Let me leave my phone there. Oh, another contact. Did I make another contact? No. Nah, yeah, that's the same one. Okay. I can't even put my phone over here. Waiting for the alarm to go off so I can wake up my son. Oh, good morning. Happy Thursday. It's 73 degrees Fahrenheit here in Yonkers, New York. It is sunny. It is going to be hot today. We might hit 90 supposedly. We might hit today. We went up to the 80s yesterday. I don't know if you saw my video, but I FMDX and I got Jamaica. I got a Jamaican FM station yesterday afternoon. I was a Jamaican FM station on 91.7 from Kingston, Jamaica, 1,600 miles away, over 2,000 kilometers into the West Indies, Jamaica. That's a long way. Medium wave, that would have been a great catch on medium wave. On FM is a dream. So, and it was on for a couple of hours or so. It was on for a while. I recorded like 30 minutes of it, but I posted a video. I think it's like 10 minutes long. So yeah. I know the day before that, TV Radio 1972 posted his video. He caught the same station from Jamaica. So I guess that's a sporadic I'm going to call it a corridor into the Caribbean. So, you know, so maybe we might replicate it today. Let's see. Who knows? I also tuned down the dial. And on 105.3, I also heard another Jamaican station. But that one wasn't strong. So I couldn't make that one out. It was a 105.3 all the way up in the dial. Another Jamaican station. I recorded a little bit, but that one I could not verify it. And then on, I'm trying to remember, it was 88.9 or one of them. It was a Haitian from Haiti. And I heard a lot of Port-au-Prince. You know, I don't know French, but I heard a lot of references to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and things like that. So I knew it was from Haiti. It was a Creole. It was French, but I know it was from Haiti because they're playing the music and all that, like the jingle. You know, I think they had a commercial or something. So I'm thinking that could have been a Haitian FM station. So I got one Jamaican FM station. The other two I couldn't verify. Another Jamaican station and a station from Haiti, from Port-au-Prince. That's the capital of Haiti. Yeah, Jamaica. Into Kingston, Jamaica. Yeah. And I got the video up on that one. You can listen to that one. And that one you could clearly, they were talking about local government, about hurricane season. They also got into the sports. Of course, one of the popular sports in Haiti and Jamaica is cricket. I know cricket very well. I used to watch a lot of cricket. So they were talking about cricket, you know, the scoring, and that's how I know it was Jamaican. I was like, yeah, they're talking about cricket. It's called T20. So that's another aspect of cricket. It's like it's a more faster pace, I believe. I'm familiar with it. And then of course they were talking about some other event. So I say, yeah, this is right down middle of Jamaica. You know, I was born in Puerto Rico, so I know you know, I'm Caribbean. I'm Caribbean blood, so it's in my blood. Even though I'm Puerto Rican, we're all Caribbean. Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, Dominican Republic. Then I heard another station. I thought it was Dominican Republic, but I turned out not to be that. I think that one was a pirate. Good morning, Enter COD, November 2, Charlie, Oscar, Delta. Yeah, I'm starting early because, I like to start early. Actually, it's the best time. Also, yesterday, after the live stream, 6 meters. Let me share the 24-hour one. Let me close this. As you can see, 24 hours, I made it all the way up to California. This is the map for the last 24 hours. So I clearly made it all the way out to California. Let me expand it. This is me in the last 24 hours. So I got hurt all the way to California a few times. I made contacts in Nevada, Arizona. So I got hurt. Sporadic. Yeah. So right now it's already active. I already got about 4 contacts. I just logged on a few minutes ago. Yeah, even on the West Coast. That was in the afternoon. That was at the peak. So around the afternoon, that was the peak. That's when I got the Jamaican station on FM. So there's a pattern here. So I think around 2 o'clock, I saw his video too. TV Radio 72. I think his was around that time. Well, he called the same Jamaican station. He lives in New Jersey, by the way. TV. He's not far from me. And he got his today. So around 2 o'clock or so, I'm gonna try again, see if I can get the same Jamaican station. Or whatever comes on. There's a pattern. It seems to last couple of days. He got it the day before, and yesterday I got the Jamaican station. So yeah, you can see all the way out to San Francisco, all the way down to Mexican border. All the way up to Montana, and deep into Canada here. And yeah, it's pretty good. It was a pretty good day. Pretty good day yesterday. I got about 47 contacts. 47 contacts yesterday on 6 meters. All right. So there you go. You guys been very good. Let's see, California. Let me snooze for another 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take my son to school. So I'm gonna be gone for a bit, and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna let him just play. While I'm gonna put the FM on the stereo. I'm gonna put the FM station 91.7 and see if station comes on. So let me put this back to 2 hours. So that's 2 hours. Okay. Let me minimize that. Let me transmit. And let me get ready. I have to go wake him up. I have to take my son to school today. He has a test today. They have finals. So let me go upstairs in a bit. In about a couple of minutes, I'm gonna go upstairs and wake him up. Wake him up and take him to school. I put my socks on. Okay, these socks don't even fit me. What the hell? These are not my socks. Okay, these socks don't fit me. I know my feet been swelling up too. So I need another pair of socks. What the hell? There we go. Another contact. Another contact from Florida. There we go. Another Floridian. There we go. Another Floridian. Let me undo with the whip. Okay. Okay, no copyright, please. What it was, 97.1, right? Let's see. Let me verify that. Yeah, okay. I'll leave it there for now. 97.1. Okay, hold on, the horses. Okay, you know what? Kill it. What the hell? Right. No. Jesus Christ, Danny. Oh, good morning, Mimi. Hope you're doing well. I'm listening while I get started. Okay. Well, I gotta go take my son to school in a few minutes, but I'm gonna leave the live stream playing. Display. What else? Okay, light on. There you go. I want the light to be on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to put on 91.7. I'm going to let it play.
For bumps and bruises, fortunately not seriously hurt physically. Photos of the suspect will be going up soon at 1010wins.com. And Wins Houston 8-11.
And I'll leave it on 1010 wins. And then when I come back, I'll put it on a station that.
The Van Wyck and getting out into the Douglaston Parkway. We've also got eastbound Grand Central Parkway heavy traffic into Bell Boulevard from back at 164th Street. And as we check what we see on Long Island's Big Three,
I gotta go take my son to school.
Delay on the westbound LIE at 39 from Glen Cove Road. The westbound Golden City has a little bit of a slowdown east and west at Wantagh Parkway. And we've got eastbound still traffic on 25 Parkway traveling out in the way to 21. So we go next to check what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The Frog's Neck Bridge has the most clean route. The Whitestone has nothing. However, the northbound Whitestone Expressway is very busy to the Bronx-bound side of the Whitestone Bridge from back at 32nd Avenue, so you're going to want to take Utopia Parkway or Francis Lewis Boulevard instead. And over the Hudson River, the inbound GW Bridge is down to 20 minutes from 8095, 15 minutes from the Palisades, and a 15-minute outbound wait at the George Washington. Traffic is sponsored by Hatfield. Put pork on your fork. I'm Karen Stewart, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
The weather's heating up, and dads everywhere are firing up the grill. Savor the taste of spring with Hatfield's flavorful variety of marinated pork tenderloins. From sunrise to sunset, Hatfield makes it easy to elevate your grilling game. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put pork on your fork.
Now, the AccuWeather 4-day forecast with meteorologist Heather Zayer.
And certainly across the area right now, we are looking at just some high clouds in the area. We're going to have partly to mostly sunny skies today as it ends up not only quite warm, but also a bit more humid as well. Temperatures are going to be running up to within a couple of degrees of 90 over most of the area, with the hottest areas off to the north and west of the city. That's also where there can be a late day or evening thunderstorm in just a couple of spots. An air quality alert is also in effect from the city on north and east from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. today due to high levels of ozone. So if you're going to be outdoors and doing strenuous activities, you want to try to keep that to a limit. Partly cloudy tonight. It'll be warm with a low of 70. Then we'll have more clouds than sun tomorrow as it stays warm and humid with a high of 86. And again, a thunderstorm can return to areas off to the northwest of the city. Those can be gusty with a chance of not only the strong winds, but even small hail. Heading into Saturday, the humidity still around. The temperature backs off, though, high 75 with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, and then not quite as humid, high 76 with some sun on Sunday. Right now, partly sunny, 72 in Central Park, going up to 89. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Coming up next, another very young suspect faces charges in a deadly Bronx shooting.
Do you want to ride the subways, eligible buses, or access a ride for half price? You can with Fair Fares NYC. Low-income New York City residents ages 18 to 64, including non-citizens, may be eligible for a half-price transit fare. And now Fair Fares eligibility has expanded. Find out if you qualify. To learn more, go to nyc.gov/fairfares. That's nyc.gov/FAIRFARES. Or call 311.
Hey guys, your buddy Scott Stanford here. Well, we finally got it done. Weather held up and the folks from CertaPro came and did some painting on the exterior of our home. Tell you what, we could not be happier with the results. Amazing quality job. Our house looks brand new. The CertaPro professionals made a complicated project look pretty easy. So if you need some painting done on the outside of your home or business, call CertaPro. 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's Certa with a C. Or go to CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro business is independently owned and operated.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable, no clogs warranty.
Florida.
For a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up.
Oh, another Floridian. Wow, I got I think 3 Florida already so far. Wow. Wow. Let me see the pattern now. Yeah, that Florida right there. That Florida action. Yeah. I'm just checking in before I go back upstairs. I just woke him up. Just woke up my son. I'm making his lunch right now. I put some pizza rolls in the air fryer. That's what he wants for lunch, pizza rolls. And then I get him ready, and then I walk him to school down the block. Good thing his school is right down the block. It's 2 blocks away. That's the school. It's right down the block. That's why I wake him up so early. I don't wake him up so early. He has to be in by 8:45. He has to be in. That's when after that, he's late. But they got finals today, so I think his last day of finals is today. He's in the 4th grade, but he's doing very well. I asked him, he's above his level in reading and math. He's actually bored with school. He's bored. I remember I was the same way. He codes. He goes on Scratch and he writes code. He types faster than me, if you can believe that. The kid can type. For a 4th grader, he can type. I mean, that's what he does. He goes to ChatGPT. He writes code, all this. He's gonna be a geek like his dad and his mom. But we both, computer geeks. College degree, computer science degree. That's where I met. That's where I met her. We were both in college, going for our degree, our computer science degrees. So he's a geek. He's all right. Let me see where we at now. Okay. What I was gonna do? Oh yeah, let me put this back on. Enable. Okay, there we go. Yep. All right. We go back upstairs. And thank you for posting that into COD.
Going up to 89 in Midtown.
Have you ever wondered why there is so much cancer on Long Island? Did you know that the DuPont Chemical Corporation and 3M recently agreed to a $13.5 billion settlement?
Just like that, another one. Look.
The highest concentrations of these cancer-causing.
I'm about to get up and I get another contact.
Guzman Herbert, the KG Law Team is on your side. You can trust KG Law Team to diligently work toward.
All right, there we go. All right, thank you for the contact. Be right back.
News without the noise. Switch from AM to 92.3 FM, powered by 1010 Winds.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning. 73 degrees at 8:20 on this Thursday, June 5th. I'm Kathleen Marple-Kalb, and here's what's happening. Can't catch your breath. The city's under an air quality alert today, again, with temps heading for 90. Latest AccuWeather coming up. It was a hot night on the debate stage.
Ridiculous. So no.
What about it is ridiculous?
Is it inaccurate that you said in 2008? I never insulted President Obama.
Former Governor Cuomo and other Democrats running for mayor get into it. A key endorsement this morning. Return of the travel ban. President Trump bars people from a dozen countries from visiting the U.S. Deadly shooting near Times Square last night. One man killed. Police looking for suspects. Why did they have to kill the bear? Harrison residents are upset about how police handled a black bear roaming through backyards. The Yanks got shut out by Cleveland. Mets blew out the Dodgers. 10-10 wins AccuWeather. Partly sunny, very warm, more humid. Chance of a storm late. The high, 89. Winds east time 8:21. Traffic and transit. Here is Karen Stewart.
We're going to Queens first because we've got heavy delays, very heavy, on the eastbound LIE from the Van Wyck to the Douglaston Parkway. Alternating traffic on the Grand Central is tied up, traveling from Casino Boulevard and getting out into Bell Boulevard. We've got northbound Cross Island Parkway, very slow traffic up into Hillside Avenue from back there at the Southern State. And the southbound Cross Island Parkway is delayed into Northern Boulevard from back at Bayside Marina, almost Fort Totten Park. The inbound Gowanus delays start at 86th Street and Dagger Heights, go up into Atlantic Avenue. That's a very heavy deal. And as we check what we see on Long Island's Big Three, Northern State and the LIE doing well in Nassau County, but the eastbound Southern State has a crash at exit 27 for Wantagh Parkway. One lane is closed. As we check what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels, can you believe that Georgia's down to 15 or 20? It is from 80-95, 15 from the Palisades, and an outbound wait of 15 to 20. The inbound Lincoln is still 40, though, and the inbound Holland is 45 from the Pulaski Skyway and 25 minutes from the Newark Bay Extension. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. I'm Karen Stewart. 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call it smoking hot. Literally. The city is under an air quality alert, and temperatures could get close to 90. Let's get the latest from AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire.
The heat really started to build up yesterday, and we had an air quality alert in effect. We're repeating that today, that air quality alert from the city on north and east from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And add into that, temperatures in a lot of places get to around 90 today. It'll be just below that for the city and nearby suburbs, but at or above 90 in areas well inland. The humidity also coming up a little bit more, a bit high for this early in June, but not too oppressive. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Of course, whatever the weather brings, stay with 1010 Winds for all the latest info. We'll get you through. It was quite a hot night on the debate stage as 9 Democratic candidates squared off, with former Governor Andrew Cuomo currently leading in the polls, drawing much of the fire.
I regret the state of the Democratic Party is
No
in that
personal
we elected
regrets.
Trump. Not the 15.
No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow-walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to black and brown communities. Really, no regrets. No regrets.
Council Speaker Adrian Adams there leading the attack on Cuomo. The NBC moderators also pressed the former governor on his handling of COVID.
Just the question is, were you involved in the producing of that report? It's just a yes or no question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
Now, before it was released, Mr. Cuomo, the question is about the production of the report. Okay, we're going to move on. We're not getting an answer. We're not going to
stand by the report.
It was just whether or not you were involved. Let's move on.
Now today, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is set to make her endorsement, throwing her support to Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani. He's been running second to Cuomo in recent polls. The mayoral primary is Tuesday, June 24th. Incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, of course, running as an independent. The Israeli army has retrieved the bodies of 2 more hostages in Gaza.
Israeli forces recovered the bodies of 2 Israeli-American hostages in a special operation in Gaza. The army says Judy Weinstein and Gad Haggai were killed by Palestinian gunmen at their kibbutz on October 7th, 2023, and their bodies were taken to Gaza. 56 hostages remain in Gaza, of whom around 20 are believed to be alive.
That's correspondent Robert Berger in Jerusalem. Judy Weinstein Haggai was born in New York. She taught English to special needs children. Gad Haggai was a retired chef and jazz musician. Both were in their 70s. Trump administration turning up the heat on Columbia University, with officials trying to yank the school's accreditation over concerns about anti-Semitic protests. U.S. Department of Education told the Middle States Commission for Higher Education, a non-governmental accreditation group, that Columbia is violating the Civil Rights Act because it is failing to protect Jewish students from harassment. Now, in a statement, Columbia says it's aware of the concerns and has addressed them directly with the accreditation group. They say they are deeply committed to fighting anti-Semitism on campus. So far, there's been no response from the commission. Losing accreditation could cut off students' access to federal grants and loans. 73 degrees, going up to 89 in Midtown. Now, Bloomberg Money Watch. Here's Denise Pellegrini.
Yeah, a well-known East Side girls' school is borrowing big time. Nightingale Bamford planning to sell $40 million in revenue bonds to build a state-of-the-art athletics facility. It's a private school that inspired the TV show Gossip Girl. It's planning this massive complex on 108th Street. Moody's, though, downgrading Nightingale Bamford's credit score and revising its outlook to negative due to the material increase in debt the school is taking on. Stock futures are higher right now. Dow futures up 32, S&P futures up 2, NASDAQ futures up 4, after a report from Challenger Gray and Christmas showed a tough job market, but not a horrible one. And consumer giant Procter & Gamble reportedly planning to cut 15% of its jobs over the next 2 years, according to the Financial Times. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Denise Pellegrini for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Now this message, immigration concerns, call Bar Law, 646-894-5900.
Are you ready for the ultimate entertainment experience? It's all here, only with Spectrum TV Select. Popular apps are included: Disney Plus, Max, Peacock Premium, Paramount Plus, AMC Plus, and more. And live TV for sports, entertainment, and news. Enjoy across your devices no matter when or where you are. Get Spectrum TV Select and start streaming your favorites today. It's all here. Visit spectrum.com/entertainment. Restrictions apply.
Are you the parent of a college-age student with learning or attention challenges? Do you want your student to gain academic and self-advocacy skills and strategies in a safe and supportive environment? Landmark College is the college for students who learn differently. With small classes and personalized support, Landmark College knows that neurodiversity is a strength, helping students unlock their learning abilities and discover how their unique thinking makes a difference. Now enrolling for fall 2025 with on-campus and online options. Visit landmark.edu.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headaches, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhealth.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Step into history at Anne Frank the Exhibition in New York City. Explore original artifacts, diary excerpts, and immersive displays that bring Anne's powerful story to life. Discover lessons of resilience, hope, and humanity that still inspire today. Plan your visit now at AnneFrankExhibit.org.
It is 73 degrees right now in the city. AccuWeather says we have an air quality alert coming from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. starting in the city, going north and east. Ozone and smoke from Canadian wildfires is the problem. Sun and clouds today, very warm and a bit humid. A late day or evening thunderstorm in a couple of spots well to the north and west, and our high again today, 89 degrees. Looks like it starts to cool off a bit tomorrow, but right now it's going to be sticky. 73 degrees right now, going up to 89 today in Midtown. Good morning. I'm Kathleen Marple-Kalb. Wins News Time, 8:30.
And a very good Thursday morning. I'm Scott Stanford. The travel ban is back. President Trump has signed an executive order banning folks from 12 countries, mostly in Africa and the Middle East, from coming into the U.S. while partially restricting entries from 7 others.
The reason for this is what we've been hearing from Trump for a long time. He's been complaining about screening, vetting. He's saying that countries don't provide sufficient vetting. He's saying that this is for national security issues and for safety. But critics of this will say that this is discriminating against different groups of people. This will likely face many legal challenges in the court, I can imagine. The last travel ban did. It was ultimately upheld after being revised multiple times.
That's correspondent Catherine Falder. The ban takes effect Monday, 12:01 a.m. A cushion that will likely avoid the chaos at the airports that, remember we saw when the president issued a similar travel ban back in 2017. Winds News Time 8:31. Traffic and transit on the ones Thursday morning. How are we looking out there, Karen Stewart?
Well, the inbound Gowanus delays in Brooklyn are long, as they usually are at around 8:31 every day. We've delayed from 86th Street in Dr. Heights and up the Bell Parkway from Bay Ridge Avenue all the way up into Atlantic Avenue. We've got westbound BQE delays into and across the Kosciuszko, and then again from Flushing Avenue down into Atlantic Avenue. We are extremely heavy on the LIE and the Grand Central eastbound to Long Island. The eastbound LIE delays start at Casino Boulevard and go out into the Douglaston Parkway very, very slow. And alternating traffic on Grand Central Parkway is delayed from 164th Street out into Douglaston Parkway. We've got heavy Cross Island Parkway volume northbound into Hillside Avenue from the Southern State and southbound from Fort Totten Park into Northern Boulevard. Speaking of the Southern State, over on the eastbound Southern State Parkway on Long Island at exit 27 for Wantagh Parkway, we have a crash. We've got one lane blocked there. Traffic is sponsored by the Barnes Firm Traffic Tip Line, which is 844-JAM-1010. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes around the clock. Breaking traffic alerts whenever they happen. I'm Karen Stewart, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
I'm attorney Rich Barnes. If you've been in a car crash, choosing the right firm is crucial to get the help you need and the best result possible.
Injury attorneys, call 1-800-8-billion.
Manhattan, Long Island.
Yo, it's about that time to break the force, the rhythm and the rhymes. Always get mine, so get yours. I want to see sweat coming out your pores. On the house.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, birthday celebration today for Mark Wahlberg. Just Mark, no Funky Bunch this time. Mr. Wahlberg, 54, still working out like an animal. Jeff Garland from Curb Your Enthusiasm is 63 today. Let's get a check of that AccuWeather forecast. Meteorologist Heather's there. Sweet sensation? Well, if you like it really hot today, yes?
Yeah, if you like the heat, you're definitely going to enjoy today. We have lots of it on the way. Highs are going to be near 90 this afternoon, probably just out or below that in and around the city. Getting into the low 90s the farther north and west you go. That's also where there might be a late day or evening thunderstorm in a couple of spots, though a lot of places stay dry. For the most part, we have sun and some clouds through the day. An air quality alert is in effect as well. That's from the city on north and east from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Tonight, then, we stay warm with a low of 70, patchy clouds, then more clouds than sun. Still warm and humid tomorrow with a high of 86, and that's going to be accompanied by some gusty afternoon thunderstorms once again in those areas north and west of the city. Not as warm, but still humid on Saturday. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm with a high of 75, and then even the humidity backs off some with some sun at a high of 76 on Sunday. Partly sunny and 72 in Central Park. We're going up to 89. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Well, it was an ugly scene near Times Square last night. Officers responding to a 911 call on 42nd Street and 9th Avenue. They found a 30-year-old man with a gunshot wound to his head. He was rushed to Bellevue in critical condition, but he died a short time later. No word yet on a possible motive for the shooting, and so far no arrests. And that wasn't the only shooting death in the city last night. A 21-year-old man shot in the neck in Chelsea. Rakis Cohn was fighting with the gunman on West 17th Street around 9:20, police say. Cops got there. They found Cohn bleeding from his neck. He died at the hospital. This case also, police are on the hunt for the shooter. Citing their constitutional rights, a judge has blocked plans to deport the family of Mohammed Soleiman, the suspect in Sunday's firebomb attack in Boulder, Colorado.
Federal Judge Gordon P. Gallagher said in the filing that federal authorities, quote, shall not remove, end quote, Solomon's wife and children from the United States unless or until this court or the Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit vacates this order.
That's correspondent Anna Schechter. Homeland Security Department ordered the arrest of Soleiman's family, saying they could be deported depending on what they did, if anything, to support the attack. Residents in Westchester not very happy with their local police department after cops shot and killed a bear earlier this week. There was a black bear roaming around through the backyards up in West Harrison. Monday afternoon, the bear was up in a tree, and an officer fired a shot, hit the bear, and it died. Douglas Puff saw it all go down. He spoke to Channel 7.
I know that they have to make tough decisions. I wish there was a better outcome. You could tell just by looking at him. Anytime any of the police department got close, the bear was scared.
Some of the residents took to social media. One post saying, quote, "This is horrible. Do better." Harrison police issued a statement defending the, quote, "difficult decision to euthanize the bear in the interest of public safety," saying the department could not obtain help with non-lethal intervention, such as tranquilizing or trapping that bear. I'll move over Snoop and Dr. Dre. There's a new top tag team in the rap game. Tell you all about it on the other side.
This world,
big wings are closer than you think at Resorts World Casinos. From Queens and Monticello to Newburgh, experience world-class gaming wherever you are. Cash out big on your favorite slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City or Hudson Valley. Want more? Test your luck on live table games at Resorts World Catskill. Only 90 minutes from the GW Bridge. Luxury hotels, top-rated restaurants, monthly promotion, and more are waiting for you at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 877-841-6111. 21 plus the gamble. Catskill 18 plus the gamble. New York City and Hudson Valley.
Now this message, my friends, you hear us talk about Barish and McGarry all the time here on 1010 Wins. Why? Because they've recovered billions of dollars for 9/11 victims. Because they've been able to enroll thousands of people into the World Trade Center health program, which means free health care for life. Because Michael Barish is a 9/11 cancer survivor, and no one's lobbied harder or cares more about the 9/11 community. Today, more people have died from 9/11 related diseases from breathing in the poisonous toxins than actually died on that awful day. 300,000 office workers, 50,000 students and teachers, 25,000 downtown residents, all in that area in the 8 months after 9/11. And get this, only around 10% have enrolled in the program. If you haven't, well, you probably have not, you need to get in touch with Barish and McGarry at 911awards.com. You don't have to be sick to qualify. You're going to protect you and your family, God forbid you get sick in the future. Just do it now. 911awards.com. 911awards with an S.com. Barish and McGarry. They are the lawyers for the 9/11 community.
Hey, I'm a new 7-day, drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine.
Well, Kendrick Lamar and SZA have been at #1 now on the Billboard hip-hop chart for 23 weeks with their mega hit Luther. It's been there longer than any song in history. Who'd they beat out, you ask? Well, it was Kendrick and his Drake diss track from last year, Not Like Us. But that's the last time I have to say Drake diss track. Before that, SZA's Kill Bill held the record. How about that? Look at those two teaming up to hit #1 and break some records.
Entertainment on 1010 Wins is sponsored by Shulman & Hill, New York's injury lawyers.
Go to hurtny.com.
That's hurtny.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
All News 92.3 FM. We are powered by 1010 Wins.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, We'll give you the world.
Good morning. We are at 74 degrees. Got some sunshine at 8:40 on this Thursday, June 5th. I'm Scott Stanford. Here's what's happening. Well, if you thought it was warm yesterday, we're cranking up the burners for today. Second straight day for that air quality alert. Heather Zaire is coming right up with the details. 9 Democratic candidates for New York City mayor on the debate stage last night. It was a dog pile on former Governor Cuomo.
The labor unions have endorsed me over 650,000 strong.
You were fired by campaign finance, boy.
Everybody's on the attack looking to chip away at Cuomo's lead in the polls. The speed is too damn high. Mayor Adams wants a limit on how fast e-bikes and scooters can go in the city. A former graphic designer for Diddy told the jury yesterday how he dangled her from a 17th floor balcony, leaving her traumatized. Today, a third alleged victim of Combs violence is going to be on the stand. It's like New Year's Day for Nintendo lovers. The company breaking out its new Switch 2 gaming console. It's bigger, it's faster, it's $450. Checking sports, Mets beat the Dodgers. Yankees shut down by Cleveland. We're going to check that day 2 of the air quality alert coming right up. But first, let's get you back out to the roads and rails. Winds news time 8:41. Karen Stewart, how we looking?
Well, in Brooklyn, we still have this annoying eastbound Bell Parkway accident. It's in the center lane. That's what makes it annoying. At Farmers Boulevard, we are delayed from back of the Bell Parkway there into Farmers. The westbound, no issue into that area. We need to talk about the LIE and the Grand Central because we are very, very tied up on the eastbound side of the LIE and the Grand Central out into the Nassau County line. Eastbound LIE delays start at Casino Boulevard, almost Main Street, and eastbound Grand Central Parkway delays start also almost back at Casino Boulevard. We've got very slow traffic right now in the Bronx on the southbound side of the Deegan and northbound on the Deegan off the RFK Triborough Bridge and up into Grand Concourse. As we check what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels, we've got Queensbound delays at the Throgsneck and Whitestone bridges. They're both pretty even. The inbound RFK Triborough Bridge is very slow across the span. 59th Street Bridge has delays. Queens Midtown Tunnel has you backed up to 48th Street on the westbound side of the LIE. And as we check what we see on Long Island's Big Three, not bad at all on the LIE in Northern State. The eastbound side of the Southern State still has a crash at 27 for Wantagh Parkway. One lane is blocked. I'm Karen Stewart, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Well, it's day 2 of our air quality alert across the area. We get another dose of those hazy skies, unhealthy ozone levels hanging around. Another day for the kids, the seniors, the folks with breathing-related issues like asthma to avoid any strenuous activities. Let's get the latest now from AccuWeather's Heather Zaire.
As yesterday, we're mostly in the low to mid-80s around the city and nearby suburbs, and we had that air quality alert in effect. Today, that air quality alert is back for areas from the city on north and east from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and the heat is building further as well. Most places top out near 90, with the city and nearby suburbs just a touch below, while it gets above that well inland. There's also going to be some higher humidity for this early in June, not too oppressive, but will still make it feel hotter. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Well, you knew last night's Democratic primary debate between mayoral candidates was going to get a little testy. You knew former Governor Cuomo would need to just kind of stick and move, and, well, he was on the defense right from the start.
New York City Democrats running for mayor faced off in a very heated debate. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Michael Blake going back and forth.
You never said defund the police.
I never supported.
Can you just answer the question?
I used the words.
It's the first official debate where former Governor Andrew Cuomo is present, and no one holding back from asking the tough questions.
Just the question is, were you involved in the producing of that report? It's just a yes or no question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
Now, before it was released, along with Speaker Adrian Adams firing back at Cuomo.
No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care.
The debate ending on a lighter note where candidates were asked where their favorite pizzeria is to grab a slice. Mary Lynn Buckley, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
I hope nobody said Connecticut. Don't say Connecticut. The primary is set for June 24th. Today, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is set to make her endorsement, expected to throw her support behind Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, who's been running second to Mr. Cuomo in recent polls. Mayor Adams looking to crack down and make the streets safer from e-bikes and scooters in the city. The mayor looking at a citywide speed limit.
So, 15 miles an hour it is. That's what the mayor wants.
We've all had this experience. You know what it's like trying to cross the street in an e-bike or e-scooter
either runs you over or your family member over.
For pedestrians like Exedia, they agree.
How often do you encounter a problem like that? Because you're here in a busy part of town.
Almost every other day. I have to look both ways. Sometimes they come their own way, they go up, they come down.
So you almost get hit, you're saying?
Yes, a lot of times. They're going fast.
This man who takes an e-bike to work at Rock Center every morning welcomes the speed limit.
People abide by it, yeah. But will they? If there's enforcement, sure. What will there be enforcement, I guess is the question. I think there will be, because if the mayor's going to make this announcement, he's going to look foolish if nobody's enforcing it. So,
Glenn Shuck, 1010 wins, 92.3 FM, standing clear of the bike lane here on 6th Avenue.
Yeah, you got my vote on that speed limit thing. Close friends of mine had their daughter run over by a guy on an e-bike in the city, and this creep just kept on going. And they're always going the wrong way half the time. Come on, let's crack down on those guys. Hey, who knew a kite string could cause so much damage? 36-year-old Jennifer Noble, Crown Heights, Brooklyn, says she and some friends were riding their bikes across the Marine Parkway Bridge last Sunday afternoon when she noticed a kite flying nearby. She says she didn't think anything of it until she and one of her friends were clotheslined by the string from the kite, which was basically invisible. She had a bad cut on her finger, but the friend got it much worse. The 40-year-old ended up with a laceration to his throat, and he's still recovering in the ICU at Kings County Hospital. The police, meanwhile, they say they are investigating. Jurors in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, who have so far heard from 2 women who accuse Diddy of violence and abuse, today they're going to be hearing from a third. Yesterday, it was testimony from one woman who accuses Combs, of once dangling her over an apartment balcony.
Brianna Bongolan kept her voice low, her sentences short, as she described being dangled over a 17th floor balcony by Sean Diddy Combs. She'd been sleeping over at Cassie Ventura's apartment in L.A. She heard Combs in the hallway yelling and banging on the door. She woke up and went out on the balcony. She said she wanted to play it cool. She knew Combs and Ventura had a volatile relationship, but she said Combs beelined right to her in a rage, yelling, "Do you know what you did?" She said she did not know as he lifted her up under her arms above the balcony rail. He then threw her down into the outdoor furniture. The defense is suggesting Bongolan was heavy into drugs, could not keep her story straight, even in her pending lawsuit against Combs. Julia Papa, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Jury deliberations set to begin today in Harvey Weinstein's sex crimes trial here in the city. Yesterday, the prosecution used its closing arguments to say the disgraced movie mogul had held a golden ticket in Hollywood and used it to sexually assault women who were afraid to cross him. The defense, though, argued that the encounters were consensual and that those women were using Weinstein to advance their careers. The 43-year-old is charged with 3 separate attacks on 3 different women in Manhattan between 2006 and 2013. If he had been convicted of rape and assault 5 years ago.
All right, there we go. And thank you for minding the store. Thank you, N2COD. Thank you very much. Let me check what happened here. Okay, of course. Okay, that was from before. All right, let me enable that. And see, I got more active now. There we go. Good morning, James Farley. And N2COD. By the power invested in me, you are now a moderator. Standard moderator, yes, you are. So you are now a moderator. N2COD, thank you for posting that. And thank you for just being here. You know, being an active member of the chat. I really appreciate that. So thank you, N2COD. And now you are a moderator. Now you have a range. You can post links too. So thank you very much. All right. Yeah, okay. So let me go back to there you go. You're welcome, my brother. And thank you. And thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for being a great member of the live stream chat. The contact right there. The contact. All right. Let me settle down for a minute. It's hot outside. It's already hot. Plus, we got an air quality alert. Let me check out my glasses. They're getting foggy already. My glasses just got foggy on me because I'm hot. Well, I'm hot in more ways than one, but I'm hot. Let me turn on this light for a minute. All right, here we go. Let me see where he's from. Another Floridian. Oh, another Floridian. Wow, how many Floridians I got in a row? I think I got like 5 Floridians so far this morning. Let me go to the QR set. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got 2 new alerts right here. Okay, so let's check that out. All righty. And so I think it started with, I think with this one today. Is it this one? Jacksonville, Florida. Let's see, Jacksonville, Florida. Lake City, Florida. The Villages, Florida. I'm all over Florida this morning. This one is Illinois. Wayne City, Illinois. And then this one is Longwood, Florida. And I think there was one more. I think this guy might have been Tampa, Florida. Oh, wow. You're getting 6 out of the 7. Well, I need to do that too. Maybe we could do a Weather Channel DX. I need to have my Weather Channel here, open one channel, and let it play, see if anything comes in. Let me see. This one was today. Somerville, Alabama. Okay. And then this one was earlier today, I believe. Marshall, Illinois. Okay. So right now I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 contacts already. 8 contacts. Yesterday I made 47. $47 contacts. Wow. So in the past 3 days, I made over 100 contacts on 6 meters. In the past 3 days. Over 100 contacts. And today's going to be a good day. Look at it already. So we might be pushing at 150 in 4 days. Uh, 18 states now. I have 18 states confirmed. Confirmed. Not worked on. Confirmed. I worked on 24 states on 6 meters. And let me show you again. Wrong tab. Let me just minimize this one. Let me show you what happened yesterday. I'm going to show you what happened yesterday, James. So this is 24 hours ago, right here. That was 24 hours ago. Let me turn on the fan. So I made it all the way out to California. Oh, I hit it. Sorry, I hit it with my foot there. Sorry. So 24 hours ago, at the peak, I made it to California. I got hurt in California a few times. I got a confirmed contact in Nevada. Arizona, I got contact, but not confirmed. Then around 2 o'clock, because this was at the peak, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Actually, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 1 to 2 o'clock, I'm going to say, I saw TV Radio 1972. I saw his video on, let me turn this off. I don't want to shout over everything. I saw his video on the Jamaican FM station, 91.7. So I said, I'm going to tune on 91.7 around 1 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. And boom, it was there. I was listening for about an hour. I recorded the portion that you saw was the last 10 minutes of the recording. The last 10 minutes of the recording, that's what you saw. I recorded over 30 minutes of it. It was still going all the way to about 4 o'clock for a few hours. A Jamaican station, Gospel JAFM on 91.7 from Kingston, Jamaica. So it coincided with all of this. So I was getting all the way out to California on 6. So I'm going to see probably by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe right after that, I'm going to try again. Right now it's dead. I tried it. It's dead. But, hello, Keegan DX. Good morning. Well, Northwest Arkansas, 68 degrees Fahrenheit and cloudy. Okay. So I recorded the video and then I posted it. But I didn't know about it until what happened was I saw TV Ready 1972's video. And by the way, the amplifier came in handy because I was getting like S2, S3. When I turned on the amplifier, it went up to S9. So I almost got RDS. I saw the RDS indicator come on for the Jamaican station. But it didn't lock in though. So I almost got RDS on a Jamaican station. And then later on the dial, 105.3, I thought I heard another Jamaican station. Another Jamaican station on 105.3, but I couldn't verify it. And then I believe it was 88.9 or 88.7. Oh, it lasted a few hours, but right now I'm charging it right now. Actually, it's already fully charged. I'll show you how it looks like in this phone. I don't know if you can see the green light. Sheesh. Let me see. Can you see the green light? See, it's fully charged. See the green light? It's charged. See? So this amplifier, I almost got RDS in the Jamaican station because of the amplifier. The amplifier makes a difference when you get a weak signal. It really made the difference. It made the difference. Yeah, it's ready to go. So, but the battery life on the amplifier is pretty good. It's a few hours. is I'm gonna save 5 hours, maybe, you would take, maybe 6. You know, it kept going, but I shut it off after what time I had the radio until about 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock. I shut it off. All right, take care, Keegan. Yeah, I saw that he received the Kansas. Was it Kansas? I don't know what it was. Anyway, so 105.3, and then 88.9 or something like that. I heard Haiti. I heard a lot of Creole, Haitian. I don't know much French, but I heard, you know, they were talking about the capital, Port-au-Prince, and all that. I understand it enough that it sounded like local news from Haiti. Especially they were talking about the capital, Port-au-Prince. So I thought I caught another station from Haiti, but I couldn't verify that one. So, but I'm glad I got one of them verified, and it's the Jamaican one. All right, let me put the fan on for a minute. I am hot. I just came back from school. Took my son to school today. He has finals, so he can't miss today. All right. So look, I just made it out 7 minutes ago. I just made it out to Arizona. Arizona already, 7 minutes. Tucson. Right? Yeah, I made it to Tucson. I got hurt in Tucson. 6 meters. There you go. So let me go back to 2 hours ago. I'm sorry. Let me. That 2 hours ago. Okay, this is where I'm at right now. Okay, let's see what we had here. Okay, I'm gonna Roger this guy. Roger this guy from Kentucky. Roger. Let's go. Okay. All right, back in the saddle. You're gonna try the airband today? Okay. So yeah. All right. So let me put my glasses on, and let me put this over here for a minute. Let me put it right there. Let me turn on this radio.
Stage 9 demo.
Right now it's dead. I got the fan blowing in the background, so I'm sorry. It's audio. I'm gonna cool off a little bit, then I'll turn it off. All right. The one from Georgia. I'm gonna hook it up to the external. I'm gonna hook this up to the external. So let me I got the adapter right here. And the adapter for this one to this one. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see, baby. Let me get the acrylic stand. And I'll knock it over if I don't get the acrylic stand. There we go. Excuse me. Now you're so annoying. Oh, sorry. The wrong one. Let's try it now. I forgot what's the function setting to make it external. Oh man, I forgot the. Let me go look it up. I keep forgetting how to switch it to external. I'm not going to use the amplifier in this one only because this has an amplifier built in. So let me look that up real quick. Let me see. Okay, those in. Yeah, the manual. That's what I need. The manual. PDF manual. Let me just download the manual. All right. Manual. I forgot. I normally don't use this with an external. I know I got to turn on the. Yeah, I know, right? Let me see. Right, external. Wait a minute. Let me see. So you got this one. And then I have to go to. Let me take this off. Let me just do it here. Okay, plug in the external antenna. Okay, let's see what. Let me make sure I do this. Oh, the meter button. No. I mean, not that one. Damn it. Oh my God, what am I? I'm trying to remember this shit. These instructions suck. I'd rather do the Google AI. Let me do the Google AI. I'd rather do the Google AI. Okay, the RDS bind. Okay, I think that's what it is. No, that's for the beep. Let me see. Maybe while it's on. No, it's not that one. Okay, I'm just gonna go to Google AI. That's why I got it last time. All right, no more ideas, please. Google AI. Okay. Setting. Dosing. I'm gonna write a note right now. As soon as I know, I'm gonna put a note. I'm gonna put it on a card. Let's see, Google AI. Okay, so it's more than one. It's more than that. So you got to plug it in first. That's why it's not detecting it. You got to plug it in first. Okay, let me get this fucking water out the way. Jesus Christ. Oh, God, all the shit I got to do for this thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like it. Then you got to select the band. So I want FM. Let me turn it on. Lower volume. So I want FM. Okay. And then long press or long press. No. Okay, it's not long press. Okay, no, it's not. Jesus Christ, maybe it's beta. No. God damn it, I forgot how to do this shit. I forgot how to do this shit. Oh my God. Oh, never mind. This is for long wave and medium wave. FM, it does it by itself. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I get it. So the only thing now is the amplifier. So switch to an external antenna for medium wave and long wave, or long wave, medium wave. So for FM, you don't need it. You don't need to switch it. There's no function on that on FM. Yeah, I remember now. FM, it doesn't do it because you don't need it. It's only for long wave and medium wave. That's right. I remember now because I don't see it. So if you're on long wave or medium wave and you press the RDS button, then you get that function. But on FM, that function is not there because you don't need it. I got it. There you go. Okay, so I'm fine. Yeah, so I'm fine. All right. I got to remember that. So you don't need an FM. FM, there is no external function. Only long wave and medium wave. That's it. All right. So the next thing is the amplifier. All right. So let's see, amplifier. I think it's going to be the same thing, but let me see. So it's the switch button. Okay, the meter button is for the amplifier. I gotta hold the meter button. No, it doesn't apply for this. It doesn't apply for this either. Right? Long press set button. Okay, so it's not for FM. Let me see. Yeah, again, the amplifier is for medium wave and long wave. For FM, there's no amplifier. Okay, I got it. I got it now. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, the set button. But for FM, it doesn't do it. There's no amplifier for FM. So I'm gonna hook this up. I'm gonna put it in between. Here we go. Well, you're gonna get an amplifier here. Here we go. Okay, let me take this out. There you go. There you go. See, look. And that's gonna go here. I'm gonna have it off so you can hear the difference. All right, let's turn it on. Again, 97.1. Let's go there. You hear something? Let me close this. Let me close this. Now I'm going to turn on the amplifier. Wow. Yeah, 97. Wow. So that station took it over. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh my God, that's right. Okay. You see how big difference an external antenna makes on a radio indoors? It's a huge difference, people. When people ask me all the time, will it make a difference if I put an external? Yeah, it always makes a difference. Oh my God, that's right. All right, so let's try 90.9.
Non-denominational funeral home is also certified by the Green Burial Council. Learn more at laurelhillphl.com. Supporting WHYY, Comcast Business.
Philly.
Committed to providing connectivity for your business with network and cybersecurity solutions. Restrictions apply. Learn more at comcastbusiness.com. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. A little taste of summertime today, an hors d'oeuvre, perhaps you could call it that, with the high temperatures, 88 degrees, nearly 90, partly cloudy skies, a little bit of humidity in there, partly cloudy tonight, down to 68 in Philly. Sun and clouds mix tomorrow, or Friday, as we get up to 87, close to 90 all over again. I'm Jennifer Lynn, it's 9:21.
That's without the amplifier. Without the amplifier. With the amplifier. Here we go.
Habits at progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. From the Lodestar Foundation, inspired by the principle that helping someone else less fortunate is a path to a happier, healthier, and more meaningful life. Learn more at lodestarfoundation.org. From the Cy Sims Foundation, since 1985, supporting advances in science, education, and the arts towards a fairer, more just, and civil society. More information is available at cysimsfoundation.org. And from the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at macfound.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Stephen Skip.
And I'm Leila Faldin. Two of Russia's most prominent investigative journalists are out with an investigation of their friends. Andrei Soldatov and Irina Borogon recall the year 2000, when they were young reporters and Vladimir Putin came to power.
We wanted to report on the most sensitive topic on the Russian security services, and for this you need to have sources.
WYHY. I mean WYHYY, right? Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 97 miles away. There you go. Loud and clear with the amplifier.
Friendships ruptured as Russia grew isolated from the West.
It was a group of people in their mid-20s, early 30s, full of hope, very bright, and it used to be very popular in Russia. We spent nights talking and discussing and drinking, sometimes outside, on the streets, in the parks.
Yeah, and you were all passionate about politics in your country and the future. And then you start to feel the influence of the state at Izvestia, where you work. Your stories are changed from the top down. An intelligence officer gets hired to the politics desk, and you eventually resign. And then you chronicle how, over time, your friendships dissolve. You become separated by ideology, by border. Why did you want to connect your personal stories in these friendships to the political trajectory of Russia?
Well, because this story was really tied up with political events in our country. And at some point, for instance, our friends who were getting more and more pro-Kremlin nevertheless supported us. For instance, when we got this horrible terrorist attacks in Moscow in 2002, we were extremely critical of the way the Russian security services responded to this crisis. Most of our friends supported us and helped us. The people who now are firmly on the Kremlin side back then believed that we shared the same idea of journalism, that we were in the same profession. But gradually, when the country went through more and more political...
Yesterday I had the TF6686, but right now this sounds a lot better. Even though the other one got a beautiful display, this one, the audio is a lot better. It's more richer. That sounds a lot more. That sounds local.
What were the decisions you both made, and what were the decisions your friends made?
Our decision was absolutely predictable and clear. We decided to oppose the Kremlin, but we didn't start it back then. We started it in 2000 when Putin came to power. We have never been nostalgic for the Soviet Union. We understood the opportunities we got after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
I'm gonna get.
That was the difference between us and our dear friends.
I'm gonna get something to eat upstairs.
Were you surprised to watch your friends make different choices?
Yes, to be honest.
Of course, a lot. We were surprised. We were angry. We loved them a lot. So they were friends. So we were outraged by this.
To be honest, the most shocking development for us was that at least 3 of our friends decided to cooperate with the Russian security services at some point. And given that we, with the Russians, all know what Russian security and Soviet security services did under Stalin, and after that, well, why to cooperate with that? That was a big question to us.
And now you're in London, and you are deemed enemies of the Russian state for the work that you continue to do. For this book, you reconnect with your old friends. What was it like to do that? People who were your friends who are now propagandists, one of which declared you an enemy of the state.
Oh, that was very hard emotionally. The first call I did was to the guy named Petrakopov who wrote an article calling for the final solution of the Ukrainian question, which reminds us of language used by Hitler in Nazi Germany. My father from Ukraine, he's from Odessa, so many of my relatives, all of his relatives, they live in Odessa. And I called him. It was a really very hard feeling. You were still listening to the voice you knew from your past. To me, it was like a torture.
It was like torture?
Yeah.
What did you learn from living as reporters, as journalists in an ever more restrictive Russia that might interest an American audience right now?
Well, that's sometimes it's very tempting to think that if you go close to someone who has authoritarian habits, it's better to be inside than outside because you have a chance to change things, but it's just an illusion. Many of the Russian intellectuals, the best and brightest of Russian society, they decided to side with Putin for that very reason. But at the end of the day, we just lost the country because of that. You cannot befriend a crocodile. It's just, at some point, it will eat you alive.
Do you believe you'll ever go back to Russia to live and work as journalists in your home?
Yes, I'm certain at some moment we will get back to Russia and it will be a free country with free media.
And why do you believe that?
Russia is a country full of surprise.
Yes.
I mean, our parents, they lived in the Soviet Union and they never had an idea that they could live in the free country, but they did. Now Russia is bad, but not so bad as the Soviet Union used to be.
Well, I also think that, of course, Putin made things really horrible, but I do believe that now in the modern world, which is still modern and still globalized, the country is capable of sudden change.
Andrei Soldatov and Irina Borogan are the authors of the book Our Dear Friends in Moscow, the inside story of a broken generation. Thank you both so much for your time and for this book.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
This is NPR News.
You are listening to WHYY on this Thursday morning. Forecast for today, a mix of clouds and sun with high temperatures in the upper 80s. Sunspots might hit 90. Tonight, increasing cloudiness, temperatures falling back to the mid-upper 60s, and then another day in the upper 80s tomorrow. Supporting WHYY, Hagley Museum and Library in Wilmington. Hagley welcomes you to explore centuries of history set to the soothing sounds of the Brandywine River. Hagley Museum is recognized as one of America's best open-air museums by USA Today. Hagley combines industrial history with natural beauty for a unique experience for visitors of all ages. For tickets and to learn more, hagley.org. That's HAGLEY.org.
Supporting WHYY, First Bank of Sea Isle City, celebrating 135 years of providing mortgage loan services to residents and second homeowners on the Jersey Shore. First Bank of Sea Isle City, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. A federal judge is giving the Trump administration 1 week to figure out how more than 100 migrants sent to prison in El Salvador can challenge their deportations. As NPR's Tobias Smith reports, the judge says the migrants should have been given that chance before they were flown out of the U.S. under an 18th century law known as the Alien Enemies Act.
U.S. District Court Judge James Boasberg wrote there's significant evidence that many of the migrants are not members of a Venezuela gang as alleged and, quote, thus languish in a foreign prison on flimsy, even frivolous accusations. The U.S. Supreme Court has affirmed migrants' rights to challenge their removal, and Boasberg says it's now up to the government to figure out how to, quote, make good the wrong done and grant the migrants due process
even as the government says they're officially in the custody of El Salvador. The Trump administration had no immediate comment, but has previously called Boasberg's rulings an egregious abuse of the bench. Tovia Smith, NPR News.
President Trump is banning people in 12 countries from entering the U.S. and partially restricting entry for those.
All right. Let me check on the 6 meters. I'm eating pizza rolls. So much for breakfast, right? Pizza rolls and a Coke. I made some for my son for lunch, so I made a few extra for myself. Let's see what I want to do. Oh, yeah, minimize this. Hello. All right. Yeah, I mean, you could only hear so much, but my God, it's like that.
Of global and external.
This is why they're getting defunded. This is why they're getting defunded. Because that's all they do is bash, bash, bash. Yeah, yesterday I had ziti. Yesterday I had ziti with marinara sauce. And today I'm having pizza rolls and a Coke.
5 years ago. It comes on the heels of the Journal of the American Medical Association highlighting the Safe and Healthy Communities Initiative. It's been piloted across 5 Pennsylvania counties and documented a drop in child
Let me try another station.
cases. And here's Joros Sandhya. From memorable melodies from the 50s, Bengali modern songs, Zara McFarland did a gorgeous cover of Police and Thieves from her. Is that?
But the ones in which he really was in the studio. To bring lawn chairs and sunscreen.
Yeah, my wife bought me a burrito bowl from Chipotle. A steak burrito bowl. That's what I had last night. Okay, 105.3. Let me leave it for a minute. Yesterday, I think the other Jamaican station, there was another Jamaican station here, but I'll leave it there for a few minutes. Hello, Estrella Garcia. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yeah, it is. It's a good website. dxmaps.com. James, you can put the link. Put the link in the chat. Thank you. Remind me, I'm eating over here. I'm eating my pizza rolls. I could have sworn I just said Cuba. But I heard the Rebelde. I heard the jingle. Get out of here. Okay, I got a contact from Illinois. There we go. Thank you very much for the contact. 6 meters. I heard the jingle. I heard the chime, and it sounded like the Rebelde. I heard it again. I just heard it again. Okay, I gotta look it up. I gotta look that up. Radio Cadena. Thank you for the contact from Kentucky. I was sworn I heard it. I'm telling you. Wow. Anyway, I don't. Something else is coming on now. All right, let me close this. No, leave it until it breaks through. Hopefully it'll break through. Swear to God, I heard it chime. James, just click on the link, and if it goes there, it works fine. It looks good. I'm not going to click on it because I'm using another browser for the live stream. And I don't want to take a chance and crash that browser. Because I'm using Edge as the YouTube Studio browser. And then down here, I'm using Chrome. Yeah, just copy and paste. That's it. Thank you. I got Oklahoma. Thank you very much. Oklahoma. He's trying to come in there. Let me Is it going to be RDS? I don't like the kickstand on this one. I'm not a fan of the kickstand. Yeah, I don't like that. Putting too much stress. Hey, the display, come on, I'll just tilt it and show you. I don't want to put too much strain on this. Really something too. Hey, I'm trying to get the stress off of this. Stupid language. All right, there we go. But I want to put stress on that. You see? Amplifier, the radio. And that's for FM only. You don't need an amplifier for medium wave, but for FM, you do need an amplifier. Before anybody come with a smart ass remark. Because, you know, if there's going to be somebody early, you know, you can do it on all bands. No, it doesn't. I just saw the man, medium wave, long wave only. Has a built-in amp. If you know it's coming, somebody's going to post a comment. Let me go back to
those juveniles has drawn concern from state officials and advocates. In interviews and court hearings, some teens described sharing jail cells with adults, being bullied by them, and fearing sexual assault.
An adult who was incarcerated there showed him a shank and told him, I'm not afraid to use this.
okay, so 106. Oh, 106. Let me see what's 106. I'm pretty sure that's that. But I think that's something. It's not going to be cute. Yeah, that's something else. But all right. Anyway. I don't want to put no music because
I'll give away tickets to an all-Beethoven program by pianist Emanuel Axe, violinist Leonidas Kavakos, and cellist Yo-Yo Ma. So listen tomorrow morning for your chance to win here on WQXR.
Cleveland stands to lose about $350,000 in federal funds between this fiscal year and next because of the high rate of violations. The state had more violations than any of the 47 other states that have agreed to comply with the federal rules to be eligible for grants. That's according to Jenny Crable. She is the director of the Youth Justice Division at the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, the agency that administers the fund.
If we can fix this issue by October, we may get our funding back in 2 years.
In recent years, the Maryland State Legislature has declined to advance proposals that would have removed minors from adult jails. Crable says she's done waiting for the legislature.
We're probably not going to be able to eliminate violations without a law, but to significantly reduce them, I do have some hope, and we're doing some work to get that done. But it is a multi-agency, multi-system approach to do that, which is not easy.
He says that involves talking with law enforcement about reducing the number of youth charged as adults, with jails about...
let me try 88. Let me see.
At Science History.
At Her Sound Festival returns to Fayetteville Saturday, June 7th at Prairie Street Live from 1 to 8 p.m. Local vendors and more. Tickets and information at hersound.com.
Album Aperture. On the head and the heart, return to
really focus inward and see what happens if we next time here.
from 1 to 3 on KUAF. Support for KUAF comes from Pride Metal Fest, June 13th and 14th, at the Pizza Company in Fayetteville. This two-day event features a lineup of bands from the LGBT plus.
KUAF, Fayetteville, Arkansas, I believe.
On Facebook.
NPR News, I'm Stephen Speak.
A second man.
There you go, KUAF.
In a bombing of a fertility Tuesday and say he's explosives from an part of the Seattle area shipped some 270 pounds of ammonium nitrate to Bacchus, who later drove to the clinic and detonated it. The FBI considers an act of terrorism. Bacchus died in an explosion. Attorney for California.
In 29 Palms, in late January, spending time together.
The FBI declined to say each other during a news conference on Wednesday. Support for terrorists
Every sort of news in this country has to deal with technology. It was started by providers, funded by them, and offered all the traditional cable, which a lot of Americans no longer have. Sam Feist, C-SPAN's chief executive officer,
There you go, bro.
at C-SPAN
KUAF.
services.
It's the only service that does what C-SPAN does. We provide coverage of the House and the Senate.
Bravo!
President's
Bravo!
officials. So there really isn't that service that does.
Is trying to move.
Who does this live? Who's the person doing this live? This guy right here. I'm talking about. There you go. One. Got an East, first East Kid.
American politics, particularly in 2025, is a
Up
really
today.
TV show.
I got a Trump on the East Kid.
It's
Here
a
we go.
fast-moving, fast-paced, maybe as
Bravo.
fast as any time that I've seen in Washington. But we're adding new programs. We're launching a new program this fall.
I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say it. I want to record them.
And we've added more live content to make sure that everything's happening in real time.
We're worried about broadcasting live.
Of course we do. We think about that all the time. One of the things that we're known for is unfiltered coverage. So we'll show you an entire program. So, Republican, Democrat says something that you will immediately have a response. But we're not fact checked in the same way that the
what is this one program?
this debate program where the left and the right battled it out. The purpose of the program was not to really find common ground to come up and have a focused debate. And Kinsey, a very progressive TV host, columnist, and magazine editor, when he left, he visited me. Sam, why don't we should do a program called Ceasefire? Try to think that can lead to those places where Democrats and Republicans agree, because there are a lot more than the public would see. That little voice, Michael Kinsley's voice, has been in my head for years, and I got the C-SPAN, and we're going to launch Ceasefire. And the idea is that we're going to bring on Republicans and Democrats to at least not focus on where you disagree, focus on where you agree. I reached out to say, I want to do that show. That's what I'd like to do. My best friend in the House, or my best friend in the Senate, is actually a Republican, who is actually a Democrat. And and there's plenty of time for that, and that is 98% of the this program is not going to solve all the divisions in America. O'Neill believed government was the solution. And the cover of the book was a red. Public radio. 70 degrees, mostly cloudy. It's still clear out to outer listening area. 81 degrees. Per hour. Tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies. Some chance of rain showers and thunderstorms after midnight and into your Friday.
The Ting Tang's newest album is hard to expect, but the duo says their new sound on the
Today from 3 to 6 p.m. on KUAF.
Animal shelters across the country are overcrowded. The culprit? Housing insecurity and high costs. WAMU and NPR in Washington, this is 1A. We take a look at the country's overflowing animal shelters. And animals are County Animal Services. They are at 220%. While a Philadelphia shelter says we're asking for
Better record it. KUAF. KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas.
From you,
I didn't want to get it tonight now. Go ahead. So there you go, KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. 1130 miles away. Sporadically right now, 91.3 FM.
Of violating a temporary trade truce. Trump wrote this week of all that Xi Jinping is, quote, extremely hard to make a deal with. The two leaders last night during Trump's first term.
NPR's Emily Fang reporting. Yesterday, Trump announced he had spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin for an hour. Writing online, Trump said he and the Russian leader discussed the war in Ukraine. Trump said Putin told him Russia would respond to Ukraine's recent attack on its air bases. Nominated Air Force Lieutenant General Alexis Grinkowicz to be NATO's next Supreme Allied Commander. He's also being nominated for the grade of General. Grinkowicz will serve as the commander of U.S. forces in Europe. Stocks opened lower this morning as the European Central Bank cut interest rates again. Monthly report, the Jones Industrial average fell about 130 points in early trading.
The ECB cut its benchmark interest rate for the 8th time in just over a year. In the U.S., the Federal Reserve rate steady since December, partly out of concern that Trump's tariffs could rekindle inflation. Tariffs are likely to lead to higher inflation and slower. They also say tariffs could cut federal deficits by $2.8 trillion over the next decade if they remain in place. Procter & Gamble plans to cut 7% over the next 2 years, or about 6% of its worldwide workforce. The maker of Tide detergent and razors is trying to cut costs in the face of Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
Some current and former Census Bureau workers tell the Trump administration's push to pool government data records is making it harder to convince people in federal surveys. NPR's Hansi Kwon reports that the experts are concerned about how that could be
Access to the federal government records has sparked investigations and lawsuits claiming privacy violations. Now, some current and former Census Bureau workers tell NPR that push has become one of the reasons people are trying to share their information for the federal government's ongoing survey. Nancy Bates, a retired researcher for the Bureau, says this new complication adds to a decade of survey response rates and trust in government.
This is kind of like a tsunami, if you will, pushing the public to have higher mistrust levels. So yeah, I think it took years, to be honest, to get back to where we were.
The Census Bureau's it says in a statement that new technology and data science are helping produce high-quality statistics.
Listen to NPR News.
People injured.
There you go. I'm recording it too, that's why I'm not talking. I'm recording on my phone also. That was KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. 91.3 FM. Sporadically 1,130 miles away.
And all options to be able to resolve this matter simply. Dialogue.
And I got the call sign already recorded, so. You can see I put in the map.
To land a tiny probe
Now
on the moon. The first attempt by the private company iSpace failed 2 years ago. That's when its original probe smashed into the moon's surface. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. This is NPR. It's 9:06 a.m. This
Squared presents A Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder, on stage June 4th to the 29th. When Monty Navarro discovers he's eighth in line for an earldom, he plots a wicked scheme to knock off his relatives. See this standout performance by one actor playing all eight grand acres. Tickets at 777-7477 or theater2.org.
This is 1A. I'm Jen White. That's what it sounds like inside of Philadelphia's overcrowded animal shelter. 130 dogs in a space that's only supposed to hold 90. As Americans struggle with record levels of economic uncertainty, animals are becoming housing affordability and healthcare costs. Dogs are staying at shelters longer, and kitten season is
You think that might be it? That's pretty cool, right? See how it just comes in? See how it just came in? And then at one point it was very loud. I got, even the station ID and everything. Fayetteville Public Radio. KUAF. That's sporadic right there. So you just saw it live. There you go. You just saw it live. Piston 79, crypto. Yeah, that's my other channel, Danny Finance. And hello. Glenn, does YouTube give you credit for live broadcast? No, whoever watches it, watches it. But in terms of viewing hours, after the live stream is over, then they count toward the viewing hours. So it's a long video. But it does help to live stream, because if I didn't live stream, I would not be monetized. There's no way I'd be monetized if I wasn't live streaming, because the bulk of my viewing hours are live streaming. And some videos actually still do well. But live streaming is the bulk of my viewing hours. And recently, especially on Sundays, Sunday night, when I, Anthony Cumia, when I'm on and I have that gets a real big bump now. It seems a lot of people like Sunday nights. I do very well on Sunday night. I'm doing better on Sunday night, actually. I get a lot of viewing hours on Sunday night, which is kind of I was surprised. But yeah, and so the ads, you don't have to watch them. You don't have to watch them. If anybody has YouTube Premium, I get a little credit for that. Like automatically give me a little credit. If I can have a YouTube Premium watcher, come out here and watch my live stream. So if you have YouTube Premium, you're already helping me out. So if you have YouTube Premium, you're already helping me out. I don't know about YouTube TV. I know YouTube Premium. Anybody that's YouTube Premium and they watch my live stream, I get a little bump in. We're talking about, nothing, but still, it's better than. So YouTube Premium watchers are actually more valuable than regular watchers. I think the threshold goes up a little bit per click or something like that. Anyway, I don't break my head over all that stuff. I don't break my head over that stuff because the bottom line is that I see people. I see videos of people trying to maximize the click rate. I don't do all that. Can I make clickbaity thumbnails and get more click views to my chat, to my videos? Yeah, I can. But I don't like doing that. I don't like clickbait. I don't like to mislead. I don't like to mislead my audience. I just don't like that. Because I hate clicking on clickbait videos and I waste my time. I don't like that. My time is very valuable to me. And I don't want to waste my time watching a video that's a clickbait. And there's a lot of that. Let me see. Yeah, it's that. You see? So, listen, like I said it yesterday. When I do these live streams, 2 hours and 22 minutes now, I have plenty of energy. Nobody loves live streams like this. I just demonstrated. I never seen a live stream that somebody demonstrated a tropo and an E-skip. I just showed you. I just showed you E-skip right here. So you know what? It's okay. It's okay that I don't have, 100 people watching me. It is what it is, bro. I should have more people. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. It's a shame, but it is what it is. I don't know if I'm being blacklisted, shadow banned. It is what it is. I'm not gonna stop doing what I'm doing. People that recognize it, people that recognize good content are gonna come and watch me. People that want to see the same old boring stuff, they go somewhere else. Yeah, premium helps. So if you're premium, thank you. If you're premium, thank you. Because that bumps up my I forgot what they called it. But it does help. It does help. I know MyRadio DX is a premium also. So because a premium, you don't get the ads. If you're a premium member, you don't get the ads. But I get credit for bringing you on to the live stream. So I'll get like credit for the ads that you're not going to watch. It's something like that. That's basically what happens. I get credited for the ads that you're not going to watch for being a premium. Oh. Let's see if it's another station or the same station.
People are starting to see more restrictions for breeds.
anyone that's over 30 pounds, it's becoming a lot harder for people to find a place to live while the cost of rent is going up. We are seeing too with the studies that have come out recently that people with some incomes under $75,000 shelters around the
All right. Something is coming in, but it's yeah, James. KUAF. It was on for about 20 minutes or so, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe, right here, and it was gone. But something else is trying to come in now. See, I keep saying it. Some channels talk about it. A lot of channels will talk about, oh, sporadic. I'm doing it live. I did a tropo, and I'm doing sporadic live. And you just saw it. While other channels out there talk about it, I'm showing you live how you do it. See what I'm saying? So you guys can keep watching the boring stuff over there, but you can see how it's done right here. Smash that like button.
We already had huge intake. So our numbers, normally you see our animal shelter intake numbers decline over years, and they did until the pandemic, and now they just keep increasing. And we were just talking a couple weeks ago how we thought, well, okay, well, this is the new normal, okay, and then it got worse, and we saw more dogs coming in, and it's really crazy. This March, and we haven't had an intake like that since January. Now, what we're really seeing is the poverty level for the kingdom. The top reason people are surrendering is they cannot afford things, so they're afford securities, and they also can't find housing for large dogs. You can look for pet friendly, but that pet friendly is 800 dogs. Every dog can afford, first reaction for many families that they have to surrender their pet. And we do surrender prevention, of course, but it includes that, and being more the preventative and beyond, but people I think, I would love to say, oh, local government paid us more money, everybody would, love to say, okay, but I think the issue really is with the community, and it's not just money. We obviously need more support from the city government, but they're also doing many other issues.
All right. I'm gonna try another station. Yeah, Pizza Rolls and FMDX. What else could you want? Exactly. This is live, folks. Let's go check 90.9 again.
Medications and
Huh?
still
Philly,
live
still
an
there?
HIV-free life.
Yes, if you can see the virus, how does that then help you go after it?
Look, I think it's easy to understand that if something is not visible, it's very difficult to target it. And so we need to be able to discriminate which are the cells that have HIV versus the cells that don't have HIV, because we don't want to target them, right? Because that would result in a lot of unwanted toxicities as a consequence of the treatment. So that we can see which cells have the virus, you could either design additional therapeutics that would then go after those cells, or we can rely on our own immune system, who is actually very good at recognizing diseased cells from healthy cells. And we've even come up with therapeutics that would help your immune system do that. So all of those things are not part of the current study, but things that the world and us are looking into very much.
Right, so that's the next step. I mean, it sounds like a long process still.
Absolutely a very long process to go. Also because the current study was only done with cells donated by people with HIV, but we used those cells in a lab setting. So we haven't yet proven that this technology is also able to deliver the mRNA to the right cells in an actual body. But the current results that we got in that lab are so exciting that we're still very much keen to present this to the world as something that may one day help people with HIV.
And I think when you saw the initial results from the lab, I mean, you were pretty taken aback, weren't you?
We were, yeah. And I think it's important to note that we were excited in terms of what possibilities it may open in terms of finding the cure to HIV, which is our first and foremost goal and purpose. But we also immediately realized the potential.
21 states confirmed on 6 meters. Bamo, I'm almost halfway there for the 50 states. In the last 3 days, 21 states confirmed contact on 6 meters. All right? Bamo.
For infection and immunity in Melbourne, Australia. You're listening to News Now from the BBC World Service. Please stay with us. Lots more coming up in the second half of the program.
Distribution of BBC NewsHour in the U.S. is supported by Raymond James, a firm focused on transforming lives, businesses, and communities through tailored wealth management, banking, and capital market solutions. Disclosures at raymondjames.com. And BetterHelp, committed to helping clients with issues ranging from relationship challenges and goal setting to grief and depression. Learn more at betterhelp.com/public.
This is WHYY. We've got mostly sunny skies, 78 degrees in Philadelphia.
Supporting WHYY, Fleischer Art Memorial. Summer class registration is now open. Fleischer's program and mission make art accessible for people of all ages. You can help Fleischer continue to offer these experiences by joining the 35th Annual Founders Celebration on June 14th, honoring Lindsay Scanapico, the visionary behind the Bach Building and the redevelopment of 2 former UArt sites. Learn more at Fleischer.org. That's Fleischer.org.
For their new album Aperture, the Seattle band The Head and the Heart returned to their roots and produced the record themselves.
They just kind of want to quiet the external noise and really focus inward and see what happens if we set up mics, each grab an instrument and hit record.
That's next time, here and now.
Sometimes I need direction, this times I need to roll. I'm from station to station.
Wednesdays at 1 on WHYY.
ABC News with Govinda Gill. A far-right member of the Israeli government has said the army's retrieval of the bodies of 2 Israelis in Gaza shows that only military force will bring home the hostages who are still alive. The National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, said it was now time to dismantle Hamas and conquer the Gaza Strip. At least 3 journalists are reported to have been killed in an Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza City. The Israeli military said it was targeting what it called an Islamic Jihad terrorist operating in the hospital's compound. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said NATO member states are close to reaching an agreement on military spending. Mr. Hegseth was speaking at a meeting of NATO defense ministers in Brussels.
The authorities in Ivory Coast say 5 prison inmates were killed when their routine couch turned violent. The statement said the officers found cannabis, mobile phones and 3 grenades. Zambia's former president, Edward Lungu, has died at the age of 68. The person said he had been receiving treatment in a hospital in South Africa for an undisclosed illness. 7 officials from the Church of England, including a bishop, are to face disciplinary proceedings for allegedly covering up physical abuse. A report found that more than 100 boys and young men have been grossly beaten. England's Parliament has voted to suspend 3 Maori MPs for performing a traditional haka dance as a protest in a debating chamber. The government said they have treated democracy with contempt. In tennis, the women's semi-finals are taking place at the French Open of Marathon. First up is an eagerly anticipated contest between the 4-time winner, Iga Świątek of Poland, and the world number 1, Arina Sabalenka, who has won 3 Grand Slams. That's it. World News from the BBC.
Welcome back to News Hour. The world's smallest violin is often taken out metaphorically and played in sarcastic sympathy. But did you know where the phrase "the world's smallest violin" first thought to have been used? Well, here.
Charles, you know what this is?
What?
The world's smallest violin, and it's playing just for you.
It's from the 1970s TV sitcom MASH. Well, it's all just a prelude to tell you that scientists at a British university have just created the world's smallest violin, or at least the smallest image ever of a violin. You can't actually play it. But when we say small, we mean nano. The finished piece is just 35 microns long and 13 microns wide, meaning it can easily fit inside the width of a human hair. Professor Kelly Morrison, head of the physics department at Loughborough University here in the UK, told Newsad Paul Henley what the point was of making it.
We were doing this as part of commissioning a new piece of equipment, and it gave us a mechanism for really testing how we could approach different sizes of line features, different shapes, how well we could transfer that to the final design. I think we're rapidly approaching kind of a field of research where people, researchers, scientists, engineers, they're looking at new mechanisms to do the same thing but more efficiently. We've reached a point where we can't keep going smaller. We're starting to hit what we call this thermal limit. There's too much waste heat being generated. It makes things unstable. So we have to find different ways of approaching it. And there's quite a few different ideas that are floating around.
See if you can describe in layperson's terms exactly how you made this minuscule image.
Okay, so if anyone's familiar with screen printing, that really helps. It's the same, but not quite. We take what we call a substrate. In this case, it's a bit of silicone that could just as easily have been glass. And we put this gel-like substance on it. We call it a resist. So we kind of cover it with that, and then we use what we call an atomic force microscope that I describe as a hot needle. It's a very, very kind of fine point. We use that hot needle to carve out a pattern in that gel. Once we've got that pattern, we can kind of deposit material into it. You now have the violin that we've patterned on the silicon.
One with a sense of humour produced the tiny object as the world's smallest violin.
That was a colleague of mine at work, so it might not be an idea to do that. I'm very happy to try out these things.
And just underline how we jump from the violin to the importance of this whole experiment.
So a lot of this is just testing the limits of the equipment that we have. We now have a good idea of how we can reliably fabricate very small features, so down to about 100 nanometers reliably, hopefully even further within the next 2 years.
And that was Professor Kelly Morrison, who's head of physics at Loughborough University here in the UK. You're listening to This is News Out live from the BBC in London. I'm James Menendez. 20 months after they were taken hostage in the Hamas raids of October 7th, the bodies of Judy Weinstein Haggi and her husband Gadi Haggi have been recovered in southern Gaza by the Israeli military. A couple were known to have been killed when their kibbutz was attacked. Their bodies were taken to Gaza and held there until now. The family of the elderly couple, who were both in their 70s, said they were relieved they could finally bury them, but added this: their hearts wouldn't be full until all the remaining hostages were returned. Among them, it's a dual US-Israeli citizen who was serving with the Israeli military on October the 7th. Israeli intelligence believes he was also killed then, but his father, Ruby, is still hoping that assessment was wrong. I've been talking to him, and I began by asking, what was it about the yesterday that the bodies of the police had been recovered?
First of all, they are family. They are two U.S. citizens, and we have been in Washington together with their family members, had dozens of meetings in the White House and meeting the administration. And just from them being able to...
All right. Yeah, I know some of the states are going to be hard. On 10 meters, for me, Alaska and Hawaii were easy. On 10 meters. That was not the problem. The problem was Delaware. New Hampshire was a pain because you just don't see them often. You don't see them often. And Maine also was a pain. Other than that, that was it. So, yeah. So it was Maine, Alaska, and Hawaii. I got it early. On 10 meters, I got it very early. Very early. Now on 6 is a whole different phenomenon too, because remember, we're talking about sporadic E. So on 6 is sporadic E. So anything can happen. You know? Anything can happen on that. So another one from Missouri. There we go. Right now I'm on pace to, I got 47 contacts yesterday, 44 the day before. The day before that I didn't get that many because I started late. I think I got about 7 or 6. Today, so far, I got at least 30. I'm losing count. It's almost 30. Almost 30 already, and it's not even 11 o'clock. Maybe I'm going to count. Let me count them. I'll tell you right now. Let me go count them. I think it's 30. I'm approaching 30. I have to go into my logbook. So 15 here. And then let's see the next page. No, 23. So far, 23 since I started the live stream. So I got 23 contacts in 2 hours and 49 minutes, more or less. Actually, I had a couple before the live stream already. So I'm going to say during the live stream, I got 20 already. And I got another one right now. So right now, I have 23 right now, this morning. So I'm probably going to go over 50 today. And there you go. I just got another one. Here we go. Another one. North Carolina. There we go. I have that confirmed already. So, all right. There you go. 24 6-meter contacts this morning so far. And let's look at the map. Let's go look at the map. And 73. Thank you very much. Let's go look at the map. I'm going to put it for the last 3 hours. And there you go. That's the map right now. Excuse me. That's the map for right now. 178 reception reports. That's in the past 3 hours. So I made it all the way to Arizona. So no, it's gonna be, of course, gonna be a lot harder than 6 meters. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Of course not. But but you know, hey, it's there. Why not try? I'm not one of these channels that talk about theories. There's channels out there that they talk about theories, but I never seen them do stuff live. You know, if you like that kind of content, then go there. If you want to watch it in real time, you come here, right? Which antenna, James? Have you checked the exact orientation of that antenna? Is it pointing south to southwest or north to northeast? Which one? The FM loop or the NFET? Let me turn this off. Yeah, but that's always that's the NFET. So the NFET, the wire itself is north to south, the wire. But if you're talking about in terms of the reception of its broadside on the wire, then it's east to west. So the NFET is north to south, the wire. It goes from south to north, right? The wire. But in terms of yeah. So if I take the wire, I'm literally pointing. If I take the wire, I'm literally pointing north. The wire. But remember, this is the wire, right? I'll give you an example. This is the wire, right? This is the wire. North to south, the wire. But the signals usually come this way. What they call broadside. Broadside, right? So that means east to west. Okay? So that's why if I were to get another NFET and point it east to west, now it becomes north south. Broadside. All right? So yeah, I get a lot of east to west. Transatlantic and all that. I want to put another wire NFET. I have this is north to south, but I want to put another NFET this way, coming from east to west, and then switch and see what happens. But that's for future project because that wire is also going to be in the Yonkers tree, Yonkers city tree. But that one have to be incognito also. All right. So I hope that I explained that. Now, one day I'll make a video on our site and explain it. Yeah, I know you live in an apartment, you can't do that, but yeah.
All at some 10 different venues around the
And they either keep.
Hear that? Yesterday I got Jamaica on this frequency. All right. So yesterday Jamaica on this frequency. So let's see what it can be. Nothing's coming in now. You hear that? That's the amplifier off. Amplifier on. All right. I'll come back to that one. Let's see. Actually, let me try. Let me try. What the hell? 8.1. Let me wait on that. Yeah, I could be a pirate. I don't know. I don't know. Pirate? Yeah, yeah, I got it, because that's the same song I heard last time. Okay, it's gonna wrap up now. I know the song, so. All right. Yeah, it could be a pirate. I think it's a pirate. Anti-static. No, I'm doing 6 meters right in the back. This is FM. I'm doing 6 meters below, right here. There you go. You see? Let me show you. That's 6 meters. All right. So there you go. I'm doing both. If you look at the title, it's both. Next time, come and say hello before you start criticizing. You know, say hello, host. How you doing? How's everybody doing? Before you start, you know, I'm 38 megahertz out of 6 meters. No shit, Sherlock. No, I'm not. This is FM. The background is 6 meters. So I'm doing both. Anything else you want to add? If you stick around and pay attention, not just chime in like a smart ass, maybe you'll learn something here. There you go, smart ass. You see both now? And see that one? And this one? At least you're getting mad. There's something trying to break through. Okay, that could be, actually, that could be some of that. Yeah, that's probably some splatter from that. So, you know what? I'm going to move on. Who is that wide open? Let me check out something. Let me see. Okay. Anything else you want to add before we can continue? What else am I doing wrong? Dumbass. You know, you're always gonna have a smart ass come in here and try to be funny. 38 megahertz out of 6 meters. You know, if you follow my channel, you know what I'm doing. If you don't follow my channel, then you have no idea what I'm doing. You know? Wow. James Farley, most of the lower part of the FM band are regional. Yeah. It's college stations and so on. Yeah, he should have watched yesterday's video. Because the other smart ass that was here, we had fun with him for about an hour. Well, at least this guy has a channel. Unlike yesterday's jerk off. He had 5 subs and no videos. So, there you go. You know, like I say, people, you're welcome on my chat. But come in here and say hello. Say hello first. Come in here and say hello. Say hello to my, the chat. Everybody in the chat. And then, say what you're going to say. Don't come in here trying to be a smart ass. Yeah, probably not a very good gamer either. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Let me run this one. Let me try 88 players. Well, I could be a pirate too. Actually, I could be a pirate too. Yeah. It's 11 o'clock right now. 11 o'clock in the morning here in Yonkers, New York. I can only put so many characters on a title. Next time I'm going to have to put FMDXing and 6 meter band FT8. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done that on my title. But you only have so many characters you can put on your title. And you don't want your title to be, my title's already long as it is. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for your comeback, bro. Still waiting for the comeback. I haven't got started yet, but I'm waiting for the comeback. Yeah. All right. Best there. Can't have it on any music at all. Yesterday's last stream was demonetized because of one music. I didn't even fight that no more. Oh yeah, well he hasn't been around. I guess he got tired of me kicking him, banning him on multiple accounts. He got tired. The hi, 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 hi. And he got banned out of Jill's account too, out of Jill's live stream. So yeah, I forgot about that jerk off. Anyway, let's go back to 91.7. Okay, here we go. Here's something now. Let me go back to 91.3.
Rotation.
All right, nothing there. All right, 91.7. Oh, anti-static. Hello there. Yeah, sorry, but I can't see what's in the background. That's why you come and say hello first. Etiquette means you come and say hello, everybody first, before you start putting something like that. Because you came out like a smart ass, and I get one every day here. I get multiple sometimes. So etiquette is you come in here and say hello. Hey, hello, everybody. I say hello. Just say hello, and you say hello. Then I say hello. And then, because I've been out for 3 hours and 15 minutes. I started out doing FT8 on 6 meters. I'm still doing it in the background. And if you watch my videos, you see what I'm talking about. So, of course, I'm focusing on this because this is for another shot. So when you come here and you kind of do that little math, thank you, Mario Vasquez. Thank you very much. I saw your message. Thank you. You don't have to retract it, but thank you. Thank you. And hello, Mario Vasquez from Mexico. Gracias, muchas gracias. So, it came out kind of a smart assy type comment, anti-static. Okay? And, you got to, come in and say hello. And I see that you're a gamer. I've been doing radio electronics since 1975 as a hobby. Oh, that's pretty cool. I've been amateur radio operator for 3 years. That's it. I'm a tech, but I'm a shortwave listener. I'm a radio hobbyist. Other things. This is FMDXing, of course, and I'm doing 6 meter FT8. So there you go. So thank you for watching. Thank you for stopping by. And there you go. Anti-static. All right. I can hear something here. I don't know what this is. It's coming in though. So thank you, Mario Vasquez. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. Mi amigo, muchas gracias. Desde México. Un abrazo para usted. Of course, yesterday I called Jamaica on FM on this, of course, on this frequency. Right now, I don't know what that is. It's trying to break through. So I'm going to leave it on for a bit. It's trying to come in. Right now it's 11:17. I think it's heating up. Yesterday I got it around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jamaica. So it looks like it's heating up. Of course, it's hot outside. It is, last time I checked, it's 80 degrees. 80, it's supposed to go up to, we might hit 90 actually. It looks like it's coming in now. So, it might pop in any minute. And it sounds Jamaican. But anything, could be anything. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for the kind words. And good morning to you, my friend. Yeah, when you hear that sizzling, exactly. Yeah, the other guy yesterday was a smart ass. When you hear that sizzling, that means it's coming in. That sporadic heat. It's gonna be a good day. Exactly, James. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, now I'm gonna shut up for a while. I'm gonna shut up for a while. Let it come in and see what we pick up. All right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna switch to this one. All right. I'm gonna switch over to the. Just want to see if there's a difference. All right, so let me plug this right here. Then I'm gonna hook this up to the. Actually, let me disconnect this because I don't want to stress the. Because this one has automatic bandwidth. Right there. So that one has automatic bandwidth, and that actually helps. It kind of hones in on it, if I want to say that. So let's do that. Let's switch it and see if it can lock in. You know, what am I doing here? There we go. So give me a minute. Okay. Oh, my bad. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to put that one there. And then now this one. Gonna connect it here. Yeah, they both have the chip, but this one, let me disconnect it from me. They both have the same chip, but this one actually has a better bandwidth on FM because it has the automatic bandwidth thing, and it has a better display for the RDS. And I almost got the RDS yesterday. So I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna charge this one up because this one also is a battery hog. Remember, this one is a battery hog. So, and this one is fully charged. Yeah, variable. Yeah, the variable bandwidth thing. Exactly. So let's do this one for a while, and then I'll switch it if I have to. But if this one catches it, all right. So there we go. So let's turn it on. I'm gonna go back to that frequency. So that's the amplifier off, amplifier on. All right. So here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna charge this one up in the meanwhile. Auto bandwidth. Anyway, I'll come back to it. Let me go back to
They make fun of their car. You know, that's a typical story. So I get the home and everybody say they love to cuddle. They love to play around. They, go dancing outside. And those are things where people go, okay, you have to try that. Okay, great. I actually do like that dog now. So fostering violence, it adds capacity. That's the biggest thing. It's also someone.
So that we need to do more than just watch, that we need to act.
this one. I usually leave it alone, the default. But you can mess with it. You could, but I leave it default. Or you can shut it off. You go into the options, you can shut it off. So I'm charging the other one now. I'm gonna let it charge for about an hour. Yeah, Mario. You have. Oh yeah, I like that one too. Uh, that's the one with the keypad. That's a good radio too, Mario. So you have the Deep Elect DP666. Yeah, that's a nice one. Oh, 6 meters. So I can hear it, but it's still early. So I'm, hopefully, another whatever will come on. Let me try 91.3. I'll come back to this one.
Birds and
Oh, look at yourself and tell me.
Well, Philly's gone. So Philly is now gone.
Felt as though at any that people started fostering and maybe they had getting more bang.
No, I'll come back to that.
WHYY later today on Today Explain. For the first time ever, experimental gene editing technology has been used to treat a fatal condition in a newborn. We're looking into the ethics of gene editing. 2 weeks ago, Today Explain. Popularity, but is it practical to change a non-family culture that prioritizes work? Join us today at noon on WHYY. Support for NPR comes from Station and from your part-time controller, specializing in nonprofit accounting and committed to supporting nonprofits with financial management services such as budgeting and forecasting. yptc.com/NPR. Have you ever gone for insurance? Progressive is looking for individuals in a variety of career fields who want to have a culture of inclusiveness. More information, including application, at progressive.com/careers. This is NPR.
Back to our conversation in a moment, but first a quick word about what's coming up. We're planning a check-in on e-cigarettes. In 2024, only 14% of vapes on the market were authorized by the FDA, which means the vast majority were technically illegal. That's according to a recent study published in the peer-reviewed journal Tobacco Control. But while on the campaign trail, President Trump promised to, quote, save vaping. Next week, we'll talk about it, plus their changing popularity and the latest research into health risks and benefits. We want to hear from you. If you or someone you love vapes, tell us about it. What has it meant in your life? 855-236-1212 is the number to call. Should flavored vapes be available in the U.S.? Why or why not? And we'd love your questions about vaping and e-cigarettes. Call us at 855-236-1818. Talk to us using our app, 1-800-TAXPOP, and we'll get you your thoughts on Tuesday. Now back to our discussion about animal shelter overcrowding and the role of fostering. We're here with Tori Fugate, Director of Communications at Shelter Animals Count. That's a nonprofit organization that collects information from animal welfare agencies across the country for a national database. We're also with Mary Martin, the Director of the Riverside County Department of Animal Services in Harupa Valley, California. That's one of the nation's largest shelter systems. And Isabel Clay, a writer and creator who documents her journey fostering animals in New York.
I love it.
Right emails Animal Care and Control in Charlotte, North Carolina is in desperate need of help. They are over capacity, and just yesterday they took in 50 puppies. We also got this message from Vicky.
Hi, I'm calling from St. Petersburg, Florida with Safe Paws Rescue, and I just kind of talked into fostering a dog, and I fought them. I didn't want to do it. I didn't think I had the time. I didn't think I had the money, and I am so glad I did. I'm on my 6th foster dog. It is just the most rewarding thing, and yes, it is hard when they get adopted, but knowing that they're going to a good home and that you're going to get another dog that you're going to be able to save, it's the greatest feeling in the world. Having said that, our biggest problem is just finding people willing to do that, to open their hearts and their homes, to take in dogs or cats and help them in the same way.
Thanks for that message. So, Isabel, we mentioned your current foster dog, Tiki, and you've been sharing his story on social media. Those videos have gotten millions of views. One of those viewers, here you are, picking Tiki and the other dogs he was with from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, or the ASPCA. Here's my baby.
Oh, he's got a baby.
You're the largest.
Hi, Angel. Let me get you feeling better. Okay, we just picked up the 3 dogs. That was pretty heartbreaking. Now, Tiki was considered a behavioral case, Isabel, but we've just watched him blossom over his time with you. Just tell us where he started and where he is now.
Yeah, so when the ASPCA first got in touch with us, they basically told us that they didn't know if Tiki was able to be rehabilitated. And unfortunately, that is the case in animal rescue sometimes. Some dogs have just seen too much, they've experienced too much trauma, and they wouldn't make to be good pets. And that's a hard conversation for a lot of people to hear, that behavioral euthanasia is an option, but it was on the table for Tiki. He was completely resigned. He was completely shut down. He never left his bed. He wasn't eating. He didn't allow any handling. If anybody touched him, he would bite and lose control of his bowels. He was just completely terrified. So the ASPCA warned us of this, and I said I want him anyway, because I knew it was a possibility that I would have to tell my audience the story if he did get euthanized, and I was aware of that, but I thought he deserved the chance to get better. So I took him in, and for the first 3 or 4 days, I thought I made a huge mistake because he didn't leave his bed, and he wasn't eating, and he wasn't using the bathroom. But day by day, little by little, he started to heal, and he started to get better. And it started with one paw out of the crate, and then his whole body, and then he drank water, and then he wagged his tail, and eventually he let me pet him, and now he sleeps in my bed every night, and he cuddles with me, and he plays with toys, and he's just a normal dog. And he never would have gotten that chance had he not been taken into a foster home.
Yeah. And I just want to point out, you do have another dog, Simon, who was, I think, the fifth dog you fostered. He was your foster fail. If people have other animals in the home, and Simon is just an amazing foster brother, but what should they consider if they have? Should they consider if they have other animals in the home and they want to foster?
Yeah, I think that having another animal in the home makes fostering even easier in a lot of ways. I think Simon teaches them how to be a dog. We always say that having a confident dog helps them, learn to go to the bathroom outside, accept affection, learn how to play with toys. And if your dog is not dog friendly, that's also fine. I have plenty of friends who have dogs who don't like other dogs, and they either keep them separate, or they crate and rotate. It's totally possible to do it. I think that's another misconception, is that the dogs are going to be together all the time, 24/7, and it's actually not recommended. I think having space is a good thing, and crate training your foster dog ensures safety for all of them. So I think having an animal is wonderful to continue fostering as well.
We heard from Cindy, who says, I'm new to fostering and chose to foster a precious dog that was on the list to be euthanized due to lack of space at a local animal shelter. She's been a resident of our home for the past few months and is a joy to have around. She has not been adopted yet, but I continue to bring her to adoption events about once per month. That's okay. She can stay as long as she needs to until she gets adopted by her forever family. And Sally emails, I've been doing rescue work for a number of years, and one of the reasons that shelters are so overcrowded is that they all feel pressure to call themselves no-kill shelters, so they no longer euthanize. Shelters struggle for every penny, and they all have limited space. Euthanasia is necessary for the well-being of all the animals that need help. We must reverse this no-kill ideology because it's just not reality. Now, Mary, as we mentioned earlier, even as you're at 220% capacity, Riverside County announced last week it was making all of its animal shelters no-kill, meaning it would aim to save at least 90% of the animals in its care. And this comes after criticism of high euthanasia rates. According to the advocacy group Near 90, only 49% of cats and 73% of dogs entering the Riverside County shelter left alive. What was the reason behind these euthanasia rates?
Really, three things: capacity,
take care, Auntie
illness,
Spotty.
injury, and
Have a great day.
But really standard across the industry that these are the kinds of things. But for us, we really do have an overcapacity issue. And what ends up happening is the animals are so stressed that they begin to show behavior problems that are untenable in the shelter. And that's why I'm so glad that you're doing this and talking so heavily about foster, because it does save lives.
And so is this goal of being no-kill, is it achievable when you're at this rate of capacity?
Oh, well, we're certainly going to try our very best, but not at the risk of causing suffering for the animals. So it is really about pulling all the levers that are available to us to try to save lives. Our shelters needed more development in our foster program, in our rescue program, in our adoption program, and what we know is that
if we build those things, we will improve. And whether we will get to an actual 90% save rate, I can't say for sure, but we're definitely giving it our best shot.
Well, what I'm hearing you say in part is that you need more fosters, you need more people to be willing to at least temporarily take in animals. But they may be taking in animals who've been in the shelter for a while, which means there may be behavioral issues. So what kinds of guidance or assistance do you give to fosters, especially if they're taking on a more complicated animal?
It really depends on what the behavioral problem is. In Isabel's case, we had a shutdown dog. In other cases, we see animals that are just showing what we call reactivity in the shelter. And in those cases, that behavior is really, by and large, shelter-based. And oftentimes they get home and they're normal dogs. So it really is a case-by-case basis. And I keep saying it, but I will say it again. It is all about conversation and being available for those fosters, because as things happen in the home, they need to be able to reach somebody to discuss it. We want people of all walks of life to help us foster, but in some cases, we really need people who are super savvy with dogs. Other cases, they can take any animal. It just depends on the dog or cat, really.
Yeah, Tori, we are focusing on dogs, but let's bring cats into the conversation. I mean, what are some other programs that can help animals of all types get adopted more quickly?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but we're in officially kitten season in animal shelters, and so the kittens are arriving in shelters. We see a huge spike of them coming into the shelters around this time of year. May and June is really the biggest time that we see this big rise in the kittens coming in. And this is a huge way that people can get involved, especially for the pre-adoption age kittens that are under 8 weeks of age. If you are interested in helping raise these tiny kittens until they can be adopted, it's just an incredibly rewarding experience to be able to help them, and shelters are very much in need of those fosters right now.
We're speaking to Tori Fugate, she's the Director of Communications at Shelter Animals Count. Also with us, Mary Martin, the Director of the Riverside County Department of Animal Services in Jurupa Valley, California, and Isabel Cleet, a writer and creator who documents her journey as an animal foster online. We're hearing from so many of you. Tessa emails, I help run a foster-based rescue called Hyde Park Cats in Chicago, and I've been fostering for about 5 years. It's such a rewarding and meaningful experience, and I think if more people knew what it entailed, we could keep a lot of pets out of shelters. Getting to save lives and be surrounded by so much love is an incredible experience. I look at my cats and foster cats every day and wonder how I got so lucky. And cat emails, I got into fostering from watching The Kitten Lady on YouTube, and I have fostered over 50 cats and kittens. It's incredibly rewarding work, and I strongly recommend it to anyone. You're listening to 1A.
Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion,
Venezuela, wow, Haití, dice Libia, Irán, Eritrea, Yemen.
Are good. Thank you very much, Julie, for shouting out Hastings. Sherry in Nevada, you're on WNYC. Hi, Sherry.
Hey, Brian, thanks for taking the call. First, let me say, no matter
I'm worried.
Over $5 in value by National News Bio. Today, a $2 Verizon gift card combines Bio for $5 a year. Keep customers on my plan and select my home plans and excludes taxes and other charges. Please store details.
Very
Allegations.
An indelible mark on their respective fields. One subscription, 7 live events at the Kimmel Center, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, historian Doris Kearns-Goodwin, Malcolm Gladwell, and former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza. Ticket information is at philadelphiaspeakers.org. Sponsored by WHYY and BNY Wealth. Can you believe you can make a gift to WHYY now and earn income for life? You can, by establishing a charitable gift annuity with WHYY. It's one way you can provide reliable income for your life while ensuring future generations will be enriched by our programming. To learn more, visit us at whyy.org/gift annuity or call 215-351-2000.
Forecast for today, fair skies with highs in the upper 80s, pretty much the same for tomorrow.
This is WHYY-FM Philadelphia, WNJM Manahawkin, WNJN-FM Atlantic City, WNJZ Cape May Courthouse, streaming on the WHYY app and at WHYY.org.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, this is Studio 2. I'm Cherry Gregg.
And I'm Avi Wolfman-Arendt. If your boss offered you a 4-day work week with no pay cut, would you take it? A growing number of companies are shortening the traditional 5-day, 40-hour week to address employee burnout, and overall, it seems to have a lot of benefits.
Workers get an extra day to devote to their personal lives. They can go to the doctor without taking time off, run errands, or see their kids in the school play. And CEOs and managers say employees are happier and even more productive, getting more done in less time, incentivized by that extra day off. Companies are getting rid of time-wasting tasks and meetings and seeing a big improvement.
After the pandemic shifted how and where we work, is it time to rethink when we work? We're asking, could this become the new standard? Stay tuned for that conversation. It's coming up after the news.
Live from the NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. The Supreme Court has unanimously sided with a woman in Ohio who says she suffered discrimination at work because she's straight. NPR's Andrea Hsu reports the ruling is expected to make it easier for members of majority groups to prove discrimination.
Marlene Ames had been working for the Ohio Department of Youth Services when in 2019, she was passed over for a new job in management. The position went to a lesbian woman instead. Subsequently, Ames was demoted from her job as program administrator, and a gay man was hired in her place. Ames sued, alleging discrimination because she's straight. The lower court sided with her employer, citing a legal standard that requires white people, men, and those who are not gay to meet a higher bar when bringing a discrimination case. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who wrote the opinion for the court, agreed with Ames that there cannot be different standards for different groups of people. Andrea Hsu, NPR News.
President Trump spoke by phone to Chinese President Xi Jinping today. The two leaders discussed trade in a lengthy call this morning. NPR's Danielle Kurtzleben reports in a social media post Trump sounded optimistic about what comes next, but the future of the country's tariffs remains unpredictable.
Trump posted that he and Xi spoke for around 1.5 hours, largely focusing their conversation on trade. China and the U.S. had tariffs on each other's goods of more than 100%. Before last month, the two countries agreed to lower their tariffs for 90 days while they sought a longer-term agreement. Currently, tariffs on Chinese goods are 30%, and China tariffs on U.S. goods are 10%. Trump added that U.S. and Chinese delegations would meet soon, but did not specify a date or location. All of this happens days after a federal court ruled that Trump's China tariffs, among others, are illegal. Those tariffs remain in place while the administration appeals the ruling. Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR News.
President Trump is banning or restricting people in more than a dozen countries from entering the U.S., citing national security concerns. NPR's Franco Ordonez reports Trump says his signing of the proclamation fulfills a campaign promise to protect Americans.
The justification for such a sweeping ban was that the White House at least says the action was needed to protect the U.S. from terrorist attacks and that these countries lacked the right vetting capabilities. In a video statement, Trump actually cited the firebombing attack in Boulder, Colorado as an example of why this was necessary.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch antennas. This is the FM loop. You see folded dipole. I'm going to switch over to the RCA. Television loop is pointing into New York City. I brought it in here while this was going on. I brought the other wire in here, the other coax. I'm going to hook it up to the splitter and see, what else we can pick up. So give me a couple of minutes. Let me get the switch. This is the RCA. Let me disconnect this guy. I'm disconnecting the FM loop. And I'm going to hook up the RCA. This is a Yagi. So this is directional. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna go back to 90.9. Oh, we got something here.
888-477-9499. You can email studio2@whyy.org. And if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop your comments in the live chat. 888-477-9499. Oh, by the way, it's Thursday.
DJ of the day, folks. We always end the week with a song picked by one of you, and it's got to be on the theme of the Thursday show. I will warn you in advance. If you pick the song 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton, producer Paige has already told me. I'm giving you this information because I like you. She has already told me she's not going to pick it, okay?
You're going to get a buzzer.
I also said, what was the one I did? Work hard for the money, the Donna Summer. Yeah, just be more creative is all we're saying. Don't pick the most obvious work songs out there, but give us a good work song. All right?
There's a lot of them, too.
There's a lot of them. Email from the producer page, studio2@whyy.org. And for every email we get today, not just for DJ of the day, but
that's the one I'm using now.
You get a chance to win a pair of tickets to a tribute concert to Bruce
directional antenna
and Tom Petty.
And it's pointing to New York City.
Run down the dream. It's tomorrow night.
Switch antennas.
Get your emails in, and we'll reach out to the winners after today's show. And Bruce Springsteen, very apropos because he is the boss.
So of course, this one is pointing toward Philly.
About whether bosses should offer 4-day work
New York
weeks.
City
So,
over Philly.
yeah. Anyways, if you're interested in that, email us.
We hope that our boss is listening and learning, as we are as well. And I see some fist pumps from the
producers and the engineers. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So let's get to a trio of local news stories before we run out of time here. First story up today. If you're driving in the car right now, listening to this program, I have a warning for you. You better not be using your cell phone.
Don't do it.
Oh, this is
starting today, you may not operate any type of handheld device while driving a car in Pennsylvania, and this includes.
And I'm also using the amplifier with the directional. So as you can see, I'm still picking up Philly. I'm going to turn off the amplifier.
That cell phone, unless you're
see what
using
happens.
Hands-free technology.
All right, that's without the amplifier on. With the RCA antenna. Whoop, sorry, I hit the camera by mistake. I'm looking at this, my bad. Ham Geek amplifier to the RCA antenna. Turn it on. There you go.
3,275 people were killed and 324,000 plus people were injured in distraction-related crashes in America. So this is a serious issue.
It's the leading cause of crashes in Pennsylvania. Distracted driving, not drunk driving, at least according to PennDOT.
Yep.
Ham Geek.
So today is the day.
Get off your phone.
low noise
And go out
amplifier
to a street
with
festival.
a built-in
Yes,
battery.
Enjoy life.
Yes, the Odunde Festival
So let's
will
tune the bands a
celebrate
little
its
bit.
50th anniversary.
I'm going to tune the bands now because now we're using a directional antenna pointing into New York City.
American cultural street
So that'll be
hundreds of thousands of people from all over the region,
southeast.
country actually. It takes over 15 city blocks and is centered around the west side of South Street, just on the edge
Actually
of Center City,
southwest
Philadelphia.
from where
It
I'm
is
at.
run
Yeah.
by CEO Ocean Boomy Fernandez West, her late mother.
That you wanna say, baby, just
I don't know. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I don't.
Jay's taking care of his mama, which is a good thing. We want him to take care of his mama.
Take a moment right now. Decide which side you're on if you will play. But keep WBGO on the air for all of us.
I don't know. It might.
Call 1-800-499-9240.
We're going to go. Let me move this out my way. I'm going to tune with the RCA. And hopefully by then, we'll see what else we can pick up. So here we go.
By request, albums, no skips, no interruptions, no shuffle. The album was played all the way through. We heard the sermon from Jimmy Smith.
So already BGO sounds a little weak compared to the FM loop. So it's probably pointing a little bit away from me.
That's the number to call, or you can go online and do it at wbgo.org. You can.
All right.
And WKCR HD. My name is Rachel Smith, and I'll be your host till 3 p.m. this afternoon as we listen to some incredible jazz flautists. And so we kicked it off with James Moody, the eponymous Argo LP. So that is Moody original.
All right.
What did you think about the West Philly bin store?
Well, first of all, I don't have it in me to sift through bins. I just don't. But I always wondered what would happen. What happens to the things you return?
It has VHF elements, James. It has a couple of. I had long elements at the end, so it has VHF.
Fascinating part is that stuff that gets like funneled down to these bin stores then gets recirculated.
All right.
Season that we're in, from a practical perspective.
Yeah, it seems the FM loophole is better. FM loop antenna so far. Oh, the folded dipole.
The mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in sight.
Conoce más en wellsfargo.com/tufargo.
Yeah, you can see it in the curtain call.
Oh, really?
Es que este episodio en la vida de José. En este capítulo es posible ver con toda claridad cómo actúa la mano de Dios en la vida de José. José estaba consciente de esto en medio de sus días de adversidad, lo cual desarrolló muchas virtudes en él, las cuales son...
You love Kayla. I love Kayla! But did you know that the
It's a louder variety than ever. Today might be the day to start. The voice of Connecticut WICC, I'm John Paul.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A hot afternoon on the way into a sunny sky with a high in the upper 80s to near 90 and a breeze light out of the southwest. Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low mid 60s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms all afternoon. It will be a warm day with a high and low ends. I'm meteorologist for FT8 on WICC.
You're listening to the download. WICC 695.9.
So it's still picking up WICC on the back end. Okay, remember the antenna's pointing to New York City, so the back end is picking up Connecticut. That's pretty good. Yeah, so remember the RCA is very directional, but it's still picking up Connecticut on the back end. So those the white VHF element on the back end is what's picking this up. Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Look at that. No, you're going to do it. It's going to be good.
JC Romero, Alvarado. That's your Phillies all-quarter century team. Wow, two guys with PED suspension. Yeah, two lefties. The two lefties right there. How about that?
you fall until of night whenever.
Oh, thank you. It is I then. This is L from Long Island.
Thank you, Elle.
I would like to state that as far as an image of America, I don't.
We can beef up your bank account today. 877-274-WH2D. Dial 877-274-9483. Just for guessing, we'll give you a shot at 4 tickets to see Avril Lavigne in a couple of weeks at Bethel Woods. Dial carefully and good luck. It's high-low jackpot time on 100.7 WH2D.
So again, this is pointing away from this. This is Poughkeepsie. It's about almost 60 miles, I believe. So again, it's picking it up. So not bad.
And I didn't want to write a song, cause I didn't
So should you. Tickets are available now at fanaticsfest.com. That's fanaticsfest.com. Fanatics Fest, the world's largest arena for.
Fine. I don't think I have an issue with that. But what are you going to do legally? That's going to be the question.
Pretty baby, now that I found you.
Elijah. Now, it's small L. He's not, deifying Elijah. It's a respectful term. But notice his.
It's thinking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
For protection, you can come to Jesus for the transfer.
Hi, I'm Jim Kerr. Join us tomorrow morning. We'll kick off your weekend at 6:10 when Shelley takes us to the movies. Then at 7:40, you can win tickets to see Paul Simon at the Beacon. And in the 8 o'clock hour, a golden shovel.
Shows, yeah, cause I've got that big ass. On the portals, he's on my way with you. Oh, I'm saying that he
All right.
Updating things and
Half the people get off on Friday, half on Monday. Some people take Wednesdays. Some have a rotating.
To organize the mobile.
Circumstances of the business. I mean, we've got healthcare organizations. We've got.
All right. And then switch antennas. Yeah, the RCA is okay, but it doesn't beat the FM loop. The FM loop is, even though it's omnidirectional, I definitely pick up more stations with the FM loop. So I'm going to switch it back. All right. Switch it back. All right, there you go. Switched it back. And switched it back to the FM loop.
That's more, and I think we're going to talk with the healthcare, the hospital chain, and they're doing things a little bit differently. But let's stick with the 180.
Economic agenda too.
There's something there. Yeah, FM loop is much better. Much better. All right, and I'm also gonna do one other thing. The Kidosin did a good job earlier. I was charging it. I'm bringing it back. Let's see what the Kidosin can do. This one is good, but I noticed the Kidosin slightly outperformed this one. So we're gonna bring it back. Let me go get it, and then I'll wrap it up. Kidosin caught me the KUAF earlier today. Let's go with the Kidosin. Here we go. Let me do this first. Let me disconnect this guy. Thank you very much. Let me disconnect it from here first. And then I'll disconnect it from the amplifier. And then it's approaching 12:30. Hopefully, I'll get in one more catch. Okay, let me put the 6686 right there. Let me hook this up here. It's gonna go like this. Put on my glasses. 4 hours and 37 minutes in the books. I'm still doing FT8 in the background. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, but just hooking this thing up here, the amplifier to the pigtail, and then the amplifier to the coax. There we go. So we got that part. And we're gonna hook this up here. Okay, let me do this. Do that right here. All these adapters, right? And then let's get the radio right here. Let's get the Kidosin back in the saddle. Right there. The Kidosin back in the saddle. Should turn on this light. I'll turn on this light. And I shall leave them on. All right. Let's fire up the Kidosin again. Let me get a drink of water for this water. You hear the FT8 in the background, low volume. All right, let's go. Let's go to Philly first.
13% say no amount of money.
By the way, Bonnie R on YouTube said there will never be a holiday work week because the sole responsibility of employees is to increase its profits for shareholders. So Bonnie R is very skeptical. And so that's why we wanted to hear from someone local who has shifted to a 4-day work week. But we're going to bring in Bonnie Gilliland.
Now wait and see. Yeah, definitely more activity on this one. Yeah, definitely more activity on this one. I'm gonna go back and forth.
Production dedicated.
It's 4:30 p.m. now, so midday. And we had up so early on this one. KUAF earlier, about 2 hours ago, almost 3 hours ago. It was on for about 20 minutes. In Fayetteville, Arkansas. They even got the station ID and everything. So we're gonna wait. Let me go back to Philly. It's still there. I don't have the money.
And you know, and Jenny, in the real world though, what are you able to do now? You mentioned you're a mom. What are you able to do now that you couldn't do when you had to work 5 days a week?
Yeah, so in talking about efficiency, I schedule all the appointments I need to for my family on that day. So I'm not leaving work early. I'm coming late all the time. I can specifically work my day when I'm there before I work. It's just and you guys were mentioning earlier, and I'm able to relax on the weekends.
Because it's the third day. Yeah.
Oh, must be nice. Jenny Gilliland is the director of improvement at Fox. Jenny, thanks so much for hopping on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so I have so many questions based off of that, and I know we have callers and commenters, and I'm going to get to some of them. But, okay, so Juliet, you brought this up in your research, that a lot of people take that extra day, and they do things like schedule doctor's appointments. You go to the accountant, whatever. It seems to me that that would only work in a world where some people are working 5 days a week because the doctor's offices are open and the accountant is taking clients. So I wonder how durable that impact is if indeed more and more people adopt that 4-day work week and it becomes closer to the standard.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you have those sort of client businesses aren't everybody else, well, that's not going to work. I mean, that's something you could figure out. So you could have rotations and so forth. I think that's, in a way, once we're really farther down this path of moving toward a 4-day. I mean, I think one of the big questions would be, is this going to be like the current setup where we have those 2 days that everyone has off or not? One interesting thing in our follow-ups, I mean, we have like 20 different well-being measures that we follow, and all of them show improvement. But one, I stopped.
Was in high school. Environmental perspective, from shipping, from recreation, tourism, you name it. The harbor has such great potential, and as a result of that, we came up with a strategic plan. We started to go after looking for grant funding to get projects to help to look at one, mangrove improvement, because we found a chair at the University of the West Indies held by Professor Mona Webber in environmental management, so that was critical. And then actually just looking at how to prevent waste entering the harbor. And what happened was a Dutch NGO called the Ocean Cleanup approached us to manage a project for them, which we've dubbed the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project, because we deliberately didn't want to call it the Grace Kennedy Project, because it is a national initiative. And since then, we have been working assiduously. We right now have barriers up at 9 of the 11 most polluting gullies, inclusive of Sandy Gully, which approximately maybe 40 to 60% of all waste coming into the harbor comes through Sandy Gully. So we're preventing that. The other 2 gullies that are massive polluters are the Tivoli Gully and the Mountain View Gully. Those have barriers up now, and as a result of the work that we've been doing, we've actually prevented nearly 3 million kgs of waste from entering the harbor through these barriers and through the technology that we're using.
Corridor, Caribbean corridor.
More story than that, yeah.
Carolyn, I remember after Tropical Storm Gustav, we went, I went privately down back to the Hope River, where it opens into the ocean. And believe me, I saw so much debris, so many bottles, etc., etc. And I actually wondered how something could happen to prevent all of this. So it's a great initiative. I didn't even realize that we had gone so far with this.
Yeah, I need you to come and see it in live and in action. I think it's really important for people to see it.
Of course. Just tell me. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason why I say that come and see it is because a big part of the project is not just preventing the waste, but how our outreach side of the program, which the foundation drives. So since 2022, we've had over 4,000 children and youth actually. We've done presentations too, and we've done tours with them of our offloading site and where the gullies are, because where we bring the waste to acts as an interactive visitor center as well. So we demonstrate the impact of marine pollution. We've mobilized over 3,800 volunteers and had over 25 beach cleanups. I call them the never-ending cleanups. I'm looking forward to them to ending. And from that, we prevented 72,000 kilograms of waste going into the harbor. We go into communities located near the gullies, and the truth is a lot of those communities are not the ones guilty of the pollution. It's happening way upstream, but we've reached over 300 community members. We have a warden program where people living in the communities, really they do spot talks. They help us to present at the schools, things like that. So that's been a great program. And yeah, we're just trying to educate and help our Jamaican population to see that why we shouldn't be dumping in the gullies. There was the Chinese association just had something they call a dragon race, where they had rowboats racing, and the harbor looked so beautiful. And I thought, my God, look at the impact
in just such a short period of time by just putting up these barriers and preventing the waste going into the harbor. So it's exciting to see moving from just lots of studies to action.
Mm-hmm. So with the harbor cleanup, is it different from the beach cleanup, or it's also part of the same process?
It is, no. So you have International Coastal Cleanup Day that's run by JET, and we participate in that. So the Kingston Harbor project, yes. So we do cleanup. We do cleanup primarily because for two reasons. One, it really helps you to understand how horrendous things are when they come and clean up. So it's an education tool. Two, we are trying to tackle the legacy waste. So the barriers are protecting waste coming out now, but there's a lot of legacy waste in our mangroves and on our beaches. So we're trying to tackle, those cleaning up those areas. So International Coastal Cleanup Day definitely helps to that, but our cleanups also contribute to that as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it makes sense, though, that the whole thing is systemic by nature.
Oh, boy, yeah.
So that, yeah, okay. So, speaking about that, then, you must have other entities. I heard you speak about NEPA. It will be the obvious one, and some of the NGOs like the NCDT and all of those, right? A number of other entities. But what about other kinds of partnerships that you have or you need to have?
That's a great question, because I think the beauty of this project, Arville, has been the fact that we've had so many partners come on board. Whether it's academia, whether it's the government, and the NEPA has been critical in supporting us through this, because they've had to guide the state of the mangroves. We do a lot of work with them. A lot of the tours, school tours and everything, we NEPA very close down those things. But like the Port Authority has supported us. UDC, the property that we are on, is owned by the UDC. The KSAMC supports us because they're responsible for the gullies. So, we work with a number of entities, and then there are private sector companies. So, like, the location that we have, the room that we use for storage, from roofing donated the roof for it. Digital Foundation gave us a grant to help fix up our uploading site to make the interactive visitor center even, more beautiful. So we work with like UNICEF and UNEP and, so I think that's the beauty of the project is how partners have come together to really make a difference.
Okay. I was catching up on some information that I had become familiar with some years ago about international garbage or plastic heat. That is somewhere in the Pacific. Like about the size of Jamaica, right? It's about the size bigger than Jamaica. And so, but I'm even more scared the more I read about it, because while the large part of it appears to be floating, right? Correct. I've come to discover that even though there are a lot of floating plastic, just as when you have the plastic bottles at home in your sink, and they develop a hole or something like that, and they sink. About 50% actually sink to the ocean floor. Yep. That is even more scarier. And in the Kingston Harbor, we have an idea of what people think is not like a trench. It's pretty cool, No, I know. It's not what people think our pockets should be. You have to go, though, Caroline, just before you go, though, one message that you want to give to the public regarding the environment and the specifics of your Kingston. Sure. I think they can volunteer for a cleanup. We can come to their schools or their organizations to speak to them. They can spread awareness on social media. Everybody has to play a part, right? We need to start separating our plastics at source and not dumping them in the gullies. And I think that's what's going to make a big difference. Okay, gotcha. What thank you, Carolyn, the food for the work that you do generally. You're the Chief Executive Officer of the Grace Credit Foundation. day and this week. They seem to have freedom. God bless you. Walk good. Walk.
Same to you.
Carefully. All right. Bless you. Okay. Have to take a quick message. Gonna take that message and then we come back and we talk about M-O-N-E-Y. Radio Jamaica, for the good of our nation. If you've seen or heard any improper conduct at your workplace, make a report by calling 876-968-6227. The time by the Integrity Commission is 15 minutes before 12.
We all want to go high. Yeah, but there's something that you I see your dreams are you'll share your hope and will build. Help you change the one that saves higher in this life.
Taking you higher. You're now listening to Dr. Elder Taylor, Talk with Substance on Hotline. Radio Jamaica, active for the good of our nation. Active for the good of our nation. You listen to Hotline, Music in 94 FM. And it's Hotline where truth comes to live and lies come to die. You know, we are hosted by Nepal at the Jamaica Conference Center. But you see, after you get you focus on the environment, you need, believe it or not, money ranks about both the water, oxygen, and the environment. And I have Peter Rosal, a very credible individual who understands about money. Not just money talk, but how to make money work. Peter Rosal, Managing Director, BPM Financial Limited. How are you doing, Peter?
Hi, I'm well. So happy to be
Well, as in W-E-A-L. We like it.
Yes, delighted to be on with you today. All right, I want to share a quick camp story with our listeners, which it's fascinating to me, and I'll tell you later on why. So recently a client came in to review his accounts with us, right? And he had set up these accounts 9 years ago, so he's now retired. He's 70 years old. He's a retired police officer, actually. And he just wanted to have a quick review to see how the funds were performing. So I'll give you the backstory or the reason why he came to us initially, right? So in 2016, he was thinking of buying a home, not to live in, but more of an investment property. And he made a deposit on the property, but he couldn't come up with the additional costs that were needed, the funds that were needed to cover the cost. So he changed his mind, and he had his own home already. So he said, let me take that money to BPM. I'm going to open 4 equity accounts, 1 for each child that I have, right? He had been hearing all ads on the radio, he had been listening to Money Talk, etc. And he decided he wanted to do that. So he came in and he set up these portfolios for his children. Now, the children have grown, 9 years have passed, they're now adults, and he wasn't sure where he was in terms of the performance of the portfolios. When we checked it out, the performance was quite good, given all that we've been through with COVID and so on, because the funds had grown 70% since he started. And you have to remember, we've had some terrible markets. COVID started in 2020, but I mean, literally, we're still suffering. The markets are still suffering all the after effects of COVID, the high inflation, the supply disruption, the whole 9 yards. We have all lived through it. And the markets have really, the Jamaican market, I would say, has been a little sluggish. U.S. market has gone through its ups and downs, but his portfolios have been quite resilient and have grown. So, our BPM advisor drew references to some of the principles that Warren Buffett advocates, like starting early, starting this as early as possible, using time as your ally in order to unleash the impact of compounding on your portfolio, and that will allow your money to grow over time. And of course, the longer you stay invested, the more the money has the opportunity to grow. So he came in originally, it was really interesting, saying his portfolio was 9 years old, and he left by saying his portfolio was 9 years young, right? Simply because 9 years in the investment world is really not that long. It might be long in terms of your personal life, but in the investment world alone, if you think about Warren Buffett, right? He's been investing from 11 and he's 90 something. So, it takes a while for it to get going and for you to really enjoy the benefits of compounding your return. So he was very happy because guess what? We encouraged him to say to the adult children, have a conversation with his adult children that you can now continue this portfolio. I started it for you. I put aside that money for you. It's grown. I'm asking you now to grow the principal by continuing some contributions to that portfolio so that you can build up your principal, build up your return over time. And I think that's the start of multi-generational wealth, right? Mm-hmm. Because now he's leaving a legacy for them. It's really about, that's how you have to do it. He's really passing the baton on to them. He started it for them, but now he's passing the baton to them, right? And also, they have the opportunity to pass the baton onto their own children by doing the same thing their father did for them. So, Ovin, what's the moral of the story? I think the moral of the story is really about, sometimes we think that the amounts that we save and invest are too small to make a difference to our financial lives, right? But what we know in the investment business is that it might not happen overnight, but gradually over time, one investment at a time, you do build up these assets. Mm-hmm. And just by staying invested on a consistent basis, you can make a huge difference to your life. Because I'm going to bet you that in 9 years' time, when he checks these portfolios, it will be a whole different story, right? Because the compounding will have started to kick in, and the returns on the portfolio start to take on a life of their own. And coincidentally, just yesterday, I had a call from another client who had started a portfolio about 18 years ago, and he is coming up for retirement now. And he was reviewing his portfolios, and he said to me in the conversation, I'm so happy that I started this portfolio because now that I'm facing retirement and the uncertainties of where the income will come from, I'm so happy that I have these assets set aside. And it's not a lot he was contributing every month. $10,000. $10,000. Mm-hmm. Every month.
But you know that a pearl begins with one drop of sand in an oyster.
That's right. That's right. That's so profound. So here we are now with this client passing the baton. Can you imagine if we had more people doing things like that, the kind of prosperity that would spread across the land? It started me thinking about if people really took this on, and in families actually started doing that. And it's not a lot of money that you have to set aside. He started with a lump sum for each child, 100,000 for each child. But, you can do it on a more modest level. And you can just be consistent and do it over a long period of time. And before you know it, you will have made a huge impact in your family. So that's really food for thought. And I want people to think about it like that because our families need more prosperity. They need to take on wealth creation from one generation to the next. And, if you can possibly do something like that, it's really well worth your time. So I encourage our listeners to seize the opportunity to call BPM today to have a discussion about the kinds of investment portfolios that we offer. The longer term portfolios all have some form of equity in it. So, for example, the Jamaican dollar portfolio, equity portfolio, is mostly Jamaican stocks. It does have a few U.S. technology companies in it, but it's mostly Jamaican stocks. We have also the stocks and bonds in one portfolio. That's called the balanced portfolio. We have the U.S. stocks listed. Stocks on the U.S. market, that's called a global portfolio account. We also offer short and medium-term portfolios in the form of the U.S. maximizer and the Jamaican dollar bond portfolio account. And I encourage everyone to save for retirement in a BPM personal pension, because retirement comes to all of us and we have to be prepared. We have 2 locations, 1A Holborn Road in New Kingston, Shop 19, Surgical Commercial Center in Montego Bay. The number in Kingston, 926-0849 and 618-9072. Montego Bay is 979-1997. Visit our website, bpmfinancial.com. Email us. The address is info@bpmfinancial.com. Put your name in your search engine. So if you just type in BPM Financial, our social media pages will pop up.
Okay. So, you can hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. All right. If I have $1,000 US, that money is too small, too large. But
no.
What's the smallest amount of money I get? What's the smallest amount of money I get?
Most of our accounts really start with $100,000, right? But there is an account called Gold Savers account, which they allow you to start at a more modest sum, but you have to commit to building up the amount. The idea behind the account is to facilitate you building up to where the minimum investment amount is, which is $100,000. And then you work from there, right? So it's available to everybody. That way it can be available to everybody. Everybody needs to have investments, of one sort or another. So, I mean, people sit back and say, well, I don't have much money and stuff. Nobody has a lot of money. That's just the reality of our world. Most people don't have a lot of money. But that doesn't mean that you can build something from nothing.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I want to thank you so much for your continued and continuous lessons, people, Rosal. You've been a responsible entity, and this program is very educational. Send to the people who have invested with you, and you're not one of those few ones that steal people's money. Well, good.
All right, take care.
Okay, we just have Peter Rosal, Managing Director of BPM Financial Limited, and we just had money talk. And have some lunch afterwards. Welcome.
Gateway Jamaica, here for the land of our nation.
I invite you to quiet your heart with me and together. Let us seek the face of God. I invite you to endure an experience of renewal. Renewal of yourself to your Creator and the purpose for which you were created. I invite you to renew yourself as a people of this nation. Here Paul's challenge to the people of Rome. We are challenged today. Hear now his words echoing in your soul and spirit. Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Eternal God, please become in us the center of our thought and the energy of power. Help us, O Lord, to transform our way of thinking and perceiving, so that we may have a greater appreciation.
Hear me no sunlight, to us all elsewhere, don't not be elsewhere. Yo, me say me happy, get some tonic to me back. Even I have to present to me, yo, sunlight, total elsewhere. I'm a support 060, White Plains Road, between 220 28 and 229th Street. I do want the best night at food, but you want Lion Bar Road for the cut. If you want something for your blood pressure, good. If you need something for your kidney, good. If you need something for your liver, good. Even the man lady, them we have fibroids, good. The woman, them we run down flat belly, good. Fresh made smoothies and juice. What if I something? Call them 718-547-3760. Email them at sunknifehealth06@aol.com or visit our website at sunknifehealthherbal.com. I have to say
News is brought to you by the Crispy Barbecue Wing on KFC. Back for a limited time, when the flavor that makes everything crunch, KFC, it's finger licking good. Major News at Midday is up next on Radio Jamaica.
Good afternoon, I'm Deidre Gordon with the Midday News. People's National Party President Mark Golding says the party will continue to register its displeasure with the appointment of Dennis Chung to lead the Financial Investigations Division. But he did not say what form this would take. Last week, the PNP gave the governing Jamaica Labour Party a 3-day ultimatum to have the appointment rescinded, indicating that it was contemplating legal action and led a protest on Monday. Speaking at a PNP town hall in St. James last night, Mr. Golding was critical of those in the private sector who have not joined in questioning Mr. Chung's appointment.
Various non-government and non-political organizations have come forward and said this is untenable, this doesn't look right, it should not stand. And I'm very disappointed that there are some leaders in the private sector who seem to think there's nothing wrong with what has taken place. I suggest that they reconsider the matter and look at the facts, because it is absolutely clear and blatant that this appointment is totally inappropriate, untenable, and should not stand. So we have taken a resolute position against this. We had a very successful, peaceful demonstration on Monday morning at National Hero Circle to register publicly our absolute disgust with what is happening, and we will continue the struggle in that regard.
People's National Party President Mark Golding, the PNP has indicated that Mr. Chung and has compromised with his public comments defending Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness in relation to his financial affairs, which have been referred to the FIB for further investigation. In the meantime, Mr. Golding says, with questions about his financial affairs hanging over his head, Prime Minister and Jamaica Labour Party leader Dr. Andrew Holness, he should not be putting himself up for re-election as Member of Parliament for West Central Coordinator. Mr. Golding says the people must be able to have confidence in their elected leaders.
And when the head of the stream is not somebody who is, you can see, is in that position, then everything else that flows below will be similarly under a cloud and contaminated. And this is why we've said, as far as we're concerned, the Prime Minister should really not be putting himself forward to run in the next general election to continue the fight. The objective facts really ought to disqualify him from doing so. And the fact of the matter is, his party should have reflected on that matter and taken certain decisions. But they're obviously determined to tough it out and see what will happen.
PNP President Mark Golding. Meanwhile, attorney at law Clyde Williams believes in his position of head of the FIB, Dennis Chung should recuse himself from any matter that concerns Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness' statutory declarations. Mr. Williams says there is apparent bias in light of the statements made by Mr. Chung about the Integrity Commission's report surrounding the Prime Minister's financial affairs. He says, based on those comments, Mr. Chung runs the risk of bringing the FID into disrepute.
And it is not because we're saying he's biased. And it is not because we're saying he's, because they say he has sterling character, a strong reputation in the public service. But none of that, nobody's challenging. We're focused on is that when he comes to a decision in this particular matter, if he stays involved in it, or when FID comes to the decision, you can't afford for the institution to be brought into dispute because he said, but then you may say that answer that we may expect anything different.
And that's the whole focus of this particular thing. So I think he should recuse himself.
Attorney at law Clyde Williams, contrary to what reported in an earlier newscast, Mr. Williams says he will not contest Mr. Chung's appointment to the post, and we regret that error. Opposition spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, has issued an apology to First Rock Real Estate Investment for his statement yesterday that the entity had been placed in receivership. Robert stated the concern about the investments of government entities in the financial institution. The error followed a release from Cypriot Bank of Jamaica that it had made the difficult decision to place the lands under mortgages for the Hambani Estate Development granted to First Rock Real Estate Investments into receivership. First Rock had demanded a formal retraction, to which Mr. Robinson acceded yesterday in a video recording that was posted on social media.
I made a statement that First Rock Real Estate was placed in receivership. That is incorrect. First Rock is not in receivership. Hambani, which is a real estate project undertaken by First Rock, was placed in receivership by a local bank. I wish to apologize to First Rock, its stakeholders, and the company for the mistake that I made and any inconvenience that has been caused by my earlier statement.
But Mr. Robinson has given the issues of the Hambani project. The opposition still has questions about the value of the investment that North American National Airport Authority of Jamaica, and the National Insurance Fund hold in First Rock.
So I'm calling on the Minister of Finance to indicate how much money was invested by these three entities in First Rock and what the value of those investments are today. As an opposition, we will continue to watch on behalf of the Jamaican people to ensure that our funds are invested in the most prudent manner and that they are protected and that their value remains for those Jamaicans, particularly pensioners who depend on the NIS for their funds.
Opposition spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, and the governing Jamaican Labour Party said Mr. Robinson's initial statement on First Rock Real Estate Investment represents the continuation of a trend where People's National Party spokespersons and supporters have been peddling misleading allegations without any care for accuracy and reputation they damage. Chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party's Communication Task Force, Senator Abka Fitzhenley, is calling for the PNP to desist from making misleading statements for political gain.
The conduct of the opposition spokesman on finance in entering false information into the public domain, then apologizing, is disappointing but cannot be surprising. One would have expected that an individual of Robinson's stature in terms of his position in the shadow cabinet would have had the diligence to check the accuracy of such information before uttering it in the public domain. Clearly, he did not. In another jurisdiction, Julian Robinson would have had to tender his resignation to his political bosses this morning, given the egregious nature of his conduct and the potential far-reaching implications of the false statement he made.
Chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party's Communication Task Force, Senator Abka Fitzhenley. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness yesterday broke ground for the long-awaited East Palms housing development in Kingston that will rebuild the lives of 7 families who were displaced by fire 4 years ago. The 13 people, including seniors and children, were left without nothing salvageable in the 2021 arson attack at 4 East Avenue in the Kingston Central constituency. Construction of the multi-family housing project is expected to begin later this month and is scheduled for completion by December this year. Dr. Holness lamented that the lengthy delay in reaching to this stage again highlights the inefficiency in the bureaucratic process in Jamaica.
Presently, we are laser focused on making sure that we have a high level of compliance with the rules. That level of focus and compliance, though important and though it must never be compromised, needs to also take into account that for 4 years, elderly persons, school children, and others were deprived of their homes and the benefits.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. The 7 units are being constructed under the National Social Housing Project. A man was fatally shot by the police at his home in Petra Lane in Lockpatrick, Manchester, yesterday evening. He has been identified as Moses Morgan, also called Osa, labourer and vendor. The shooting occurred about 6 p.m. According to the Independent Commission of Investigations, the police team reported that they were on surveillance duties when Morgan, believed to be armed, aroused their suspicion. It is alleged that during their pursuit of him, there was a tussle for a service weapon between Mr. Morgan and one of the police officers. Morgan is alleged to have attempted to retrieve a gun from his waistband, and the officer subsequently fired in response, fatally wounding him. One Smith & Wesson revolver was reportedly recovered from Morgan. Intercom says the latest shooting incident increases the total to 140 people who have been fatally shot by the security forces so far this year. 4 of the incidents have occurred this month. This represents an overall 137% increase in total fatal shooting incidents when compared with a similar period last year. 59 people have been shot by the security forces up to June 4 last year. To end the newscast, here are the main points. PNP pledges to continue registering its dissatisfaction with Dennis Stone's appointment as FT head. Opposition spokesperson on finance, Julian Robinson, apologizes for statements in relation to First Rock Real Estate, but says he's still concerned about the value of government investments in the company. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness breaks ground for long-awaited eastbound housing development in Kingston, which will provide relief for victims of 2021 fire. And Intercom probing fatal police shooting in North Patrick, Manchester. That is the midday news on Radio Jamaica. I'm Daytime Gordon. Good afternoon.
News on Radio Jamaica. Stay in the know. Radio Jamaica, active for the good of our nation.
Now, the midday news was brought to you by the crispy barbecue zinger from KFC. Back for a limited time with the flavor that makes everything crunch. KFC, it's finger licking good.
KFC is back for the crispy barbecue zinger. So delicious, this one is a winner. Spicy, bacon, onions, cheddar, the smoky barbecue
The
sauce.
crispy barbecue zinger from KFC is back. A delicious spicy zinger with bacon, cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and smoky barbecue sauce. Available for a limited time. The flavor that makes everything crunch. KFC's crispy barbecue zinger. It's finger licking good.
Crispy barbecue zinger from KFC with the smoky barbecue sauce.
Sports Day, your lunchtime sports report. Good afternoon, I'm Christopher Scott, and this is your lunchtime sports report. And we start off with some cricket. West Indies Wild captain Shea Hope says he will be using the one-day international series versus England as motivation as the team prepares for the first game of the 3-match T20 series against the same opponents tomorrow in Durham. The Caribbean men were whitewashed by the host in the 50-over matchup.
I would say we just need to adapt a bit quicker, assess the conditions, and obviously play particular situation a little bit better. But it's a different squad now. We have to put the ODI series behind us, take the learnings from it for sure. And then look ahead. We've got a new captain, and Chris coming back in 2027. There's a lot to look forward to yet.
Stop this for a minute.
Hope also spoke about
Yeah.
the return of
Yeah, it's the same thing I heard yesterday. And it was on for about almost 2 hours. Then it faded away. I have it recorded now, so I'm gonna go check the other one that I got earlier, 91.3. Let me see what's there. And then I'll come back to this one.
On the field,
I got Arkansas earlier here. KUAF. It was on for about 20 minutes or so.
LP. Yet another band called Kaleidoscope from the 60s, 1969 from the Dominican Republic. on the Gear Fab label, re-released just now. Dwayne.
It looks like Philly Faded. It was on strong earlier. And the other one I want to try was 105. I heard stuff at 105.3. No data. Not yet.
Servicing Nassau, Suffolk, and Queens County. 18-month promo period. No payment, no interest, no down payment offer. This offer is available through a third-party bank. On approved credit, interest is waived if loan is prepaid in full during the same as cash period. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Angela Yee.
Let me try. Wait a minute. Another FM external. What is it? Get another external. I'll dedicate it FM external antenna. So I can have the TF6686 monitoring one station and then I have the station I could turn. These are the two best. The TF6686 and this one, they have the same chip. But I find this one did a better job picking up today so far. All right, let's splatter. Okay, it's a splatter there. Okay, moving on.
To the public.
They blow it down.
Tomatoes and lettuce, just throw it on, and I'm going to salad dressing then. Yeah, good plan. That's a lot. Let me do the math here. Okay, so February, like $6.99 a shovel. That's on sale. That ain't on sale. It's like $9 and 10. What do you think is going to be done with the mayonnaise? And the next savings for it. Wait a minute. What the next sale starts in 3 months? Really delicious. So we finished like 3 shows. We'll add another 3 for the show. So you go through a 64-ounce jar of Hellman's mayonnaise in 1 month. Maybe a little less. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to get the facts straight here. Do either one of you have high cholesterol by any chance? Only the time it's under control and on. Okay. You do know about mayonnaise, right? I started another tip now that's very long. I always look at food and see if I can make myself better. So you could get on with pickles and Costco. It was cheap enough, but it was so much better. But then I decided to make my own pickles now. What? Right, and it's good and fruit water. We watched a few YouTube videos, and I decided to make my own kosher air power pickles. I bought Kobe cucumbers, fresh dill garlic, and kosher syrup. We put the pickles in a jar. The garlic, the chopped thin corn, fresh dill, and put in a half a cup of kosher syrup water, and you leave it in the refrigerator for 3 days, and you have to put pickles out. That's my old trick, because I'm still belching from it. That's fantastic. Have you ever thought of marketing your own kosher pickles? And I tell you, like, you don't need a lot of ingredients that they put in. All you need is the garlic and the dill and fruit water. That's it. And in 3 days, Freddie is on the kick of it now. We did it 3 times already, and it's great. And Freddie estimated that 12 pickles, and it's all.
All right, let me go check on the.
They put the losers on trial and destroyed
The key to your goal.
KFC is back. The crispy barbecue thing on so delicious. It's one
Still wow. Oh my God, it's still there.
Cheddar cheese, onions, and smoky barbecue.
It was a great story. I think you mentioned it last time, but I kind of looked it out. Who did it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that. Military happens before he goes out with all different women, and he gives talk to them, and then he follows them after. He watches it, and he sees that they cheat on him. So he kills them and her boyfriend. Like a god. Sounds like a real sweetheart. He's supposed to be a bad guy, or he's one of those anti-heroes that you're supposed to, kind of take how you feel for him. That in a creepy kind of way, or, I mean, how are you feeling for this guy? He shows that every little bit he's giving his heart to a girl, and he's going to treat him. Well, maybe he's making some bad choices, you know? Oh boy. So how every goes New York, and then goes to California, and the same thing happens there. Then we go to Europe. Wow. Quite the traveler. So how many I got 5 stars for you on that one.
My 15 years. I'm sure. And I would.
Mi querida
And well, there you go. 6 meters looks dead right now too. Look at that. It just went silent. Probably not for long, but maybe that's it. Wow. And let me see something here. As you can see, it's still open here. All right, click on that thing. Let me click on there. Of course, conditions are better on HFCC. So, anyway, I'm going to sign off now. I've been out for 5 hours and 38 minutes. That's a while. I'm going to go have some lunch. Then I got to go pick up my son. It's 1:30. Well, it's going to be 1:30 in the afternoon. So, I just want to say, everybody, thank you for watching. And yeah, I got a couple of good catches today. I got KUAF out of Fayetteville, Louisiana, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Excuse me, I said Louisiana, Arkansas. Pretty good. And of course, it looks like I got the Jamaican one again. And of course, the Philly one. That's a tropo. Pretty good. I'm learning about these radios, especially the capability of this radio. It's much better radio. I find it a little better than the silver one. Slightly better. And you know, although the other one has a nice display, this one seems to pull in the FM signal better. And of course, I got it with the another thing is this guy, the amplifier. It really is a game changer, especially when you have a weak signal. I really like the amplifier, and my voice is on its last. That's the other reason. I've been on all this time, so you know, I do this for you guys. So there you go. Anyway, I'm gonna sign off now. Thank you for watching, everybody. Like and share the video. Also, if you watch videos like this and you're not a subscriber, why not subscribe? All right. I try to deliver here. You know, I don't talk theory. I actually do it. I actually practice it live. So there you go. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.